Welcome to the realme BGIS 2025. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Cripscast as we take you through the commentaries of the English broadcast, and we are finally here for round 3. It has been a 1 month so far now, Crips. From the grind stages until round 1, round 2, and then now round 3, where we get to witness some of the teams, some qualifying and some not qualifying. So things are getting a little bit intense here, Crips.
Yes, things are indeed getting intense. I mean, they were always intense to begin with. The grind, we saw some really high-octane BGMI action, and the teams were divided into 4 devastating groups. Based on the performances, they've been allocated slots going from round 1 to round 4, and even the quarterfinals for that matter. Today, we mark the start of round 3. Top 256 teams will be entering here. 240 from round 2. Along with that, they will be joined by 16 teams from the grind.
Well, speaking of the grinds here as well, we did catch a glimpse of round 2 as well. Some of these teams will be appearing today itself. Some of you who may not know some of these teams, we are going to be talking a little bit more on them very, very soon. But one thing I know for sure is that there is going to be Wildfang's going to be joining on screen here right now.
Yes, Wildfangs are going to be one of the teams who have been fan favorites, and we got to witness them in round 2 as well. We see them once again here in round 3. They will also be joined by some of the other teams from the grind. One of my personal favorites is Team Insane. I can't wait to see them in action.
Exactly. Even Silly Esports is going to be one of those teams going to be joining us in today's screen, especially here for day number 1. But all things considered, we do want to talk about some of these teams who don't really get those kind of highlights as well. We have teams like Tryhard Esports also making a name from round 1, round 2 as well. And who would have thought that they have made it those far? So this is something that I'm really curious whether or not will they be able to compete with the best of the best.
Yeah, and the best of the best have had a very long journey here. So just to recap you guys, let's take a look at the format of the tournament and take you through what we've been through so far.
Now, speaking of the formats here, the entire journey of the realme BGIS started off with the in-game qualifiers, which happened on the 25th January all the way to the 2nd of February. And of course, during the in-game qualifiers, all of this was done offline. So they had to play their online qualifiers respectively, which we had 1,016 teams participating during round 1, alongside the teams from the grind, which is the Group D. The losers of Group D, which is 8 teams, pretty much had to play round 1 off screen and then heading on towards round 2 as well.
Yeah, and as we get to round 3, only 112 teams will go ahead to round 4, and they will be joined by the top 8 teams from the week 3 of the grind, and also more teams will be fed into this whole format. So overall, there's very few slots up for grabs here today.
And yeah, and of course here in towards week 3 itself, especially for round number 3, we had teams from Group B as well as Group A going to be joining them as well. I mean, Group C, the top 8 of Group C as well as Group B. And of course, during Group A, the grind stages, the top 8 of the grind also participating in terms of the quarterfinals. So there will be seeded slots, but this time, round 4, when they are going to be participating in quarterfinals, 56 teams actually make it towards here, whereas the rest who do not qualify will be forced to play a wildcard series. And of course, the losers of the quarterfinals will also be joining for the wildcard teams to fight for those slots to make it into the semifinals week 1.
Yeah, and in semifinals week 1, we will have 32 teams. Obviously, the top 8 teams will advance directly to the grand finals, which will be happening in Kolkata. But most of them will get a second chance in semifinals week 2, where 8 more teams will join them. And a total of 16 teams will make it to Kolkata. They will be participating in the LAN Grand Finals with a lovely LAN audience, and all of these guys have more than 2 crore rupees up for grabs.
Exactly, and of course 2 crore rupees is going to be the top 16 in the Grand Finals competition, right? First place is going to be getting 60 lakhs in total, second position is going to get 30 lakhs, and responding all the way to the 16th position. So that means the moment you qualify into the Grand Finals, they will be awarded some sort of prize pool.
Yeah, they have like a guaranteed slot distribution of a 15th and 16th spot. Plus, there's going to be individual awards as well, such as the MVPs and several of the categories. And on top of that, the esports crate will be releasing soon, so the money from that will also be poured into the prize pool. Of course, all these teams will have to gain as many points as possible to get to the top. You are familiar with the new point format system: 10 points for chicken dinner, 6 points for the second place, and so on and so forth. And you will get 1 point per finish.
Exactly, and of course, starting today on the screen here, we will have Silly Esports, Wildfangs, the Future Stars, MDN Esports, Tryhard Esports, Easy, Wealth OMG, and Chodari Gaming on the first screen. They are going to be playing in the first group here as well. Any thoughts on these teams?
Yep. From this group, we have Silly Esports and Wildfangs. You guys have already familiarized yourself with the teams. MDN Esports performed really well in round 2, so I'm really looking forward to see how they perform. And on top of that, they will be joined by teams like Red Flame Esports, Enchant V7, Legit Esports, 120XDZ. They will also be joined by Fiction Reborn, XXDR Gaming, 4HM, and CFS Eye for Eye.
Yep, this is going to be the teams that you are going to be looking forward to as well. Eye for an Eye is a team that was participating during the grind stages. That's a team that I'm actually excited to see whether or not will they be looking for revenge. Meanwhile, on Group 2 itself here, we have Team Insane, Altitude, VST, Aero Esports, Mysterious 4, Team Glitchy, Team Shockwave, and Last Hope. And on this group itself, seems to be we do have more grind teams on today as well, coming in from Team Insane, Team VST, as well as Mysterious 4. These are a few teams that really stood out during the grind stages. And of course, in the second half, we have
Thor4 Esports, lovely name, amazing. We also have Incredible Esports, ELS Officials, Team Weibo. We have Conqueror of Shooters. We also have Imparable Esports, Aravos Esports, and Team Supremes.
So that's pretty much for Group 1 and Group 2. There is a lot of teams that we kind of talk about as well. But before we get into the details for those teams, let's talk about the schedule coming for today. We're going to be starting things off with Group 1 in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. And then we are going to be taking a pause for Group 1 and continue their journeys of Group 2, which is the start for them in Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel.
Yes, 6 action-packed matches I see, and I can't wait to get started. Of course, we've talked about a lot of teams, and we will be mentioning them as the games go on. But let's take a look at which of these teams we personally think will do really well. These are the caster predictions, and as you can see, I have gone for Silly Esports. I place my faith in them. Even TTRXT seems to do so.
Yep, and seems to me even from my side as well, me, Fixes, and Insane, we are going to go for Wildfangs considering their track record during round 2 as well. They came in swinging with the bang, so it's no surprises we are going for Wildfangs. But for Raider, he went for Eye for an Eye, and for Maisie, he's always the unique one. He always chooses a team that is a little bit different here, but he went for Tryhard instead. So that's something I'm actually curious about. How well, or in this case, can they actually try hard against the best of the best?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult journey for them. But let's take a look at some of the teams who we obviously expect to do well. Team Silly Esports, these guys have set a very high benchmark, and obviously we expect a lot from them. They had 85 finishes, 81 knocks, plenty of opportunities to steal some of the finishes.
Agreed. And during the grind stage as well, Silly Esports really wowed us with a little bit of surprise because they were topping out charts and getting a lot of finishes while being put in very difficult situations. And when I mean difficult situations, they were in situations that they should not have been alive multiple times, and they were able to get away with it and secure a chicken dinner. And that was a map inside Erangel itself. So Silly Esports is a team that people thought that they were kind of silly, but they always somewhat get away with it. It looks silly on screen, but it's so good when they execute it out and get away with it.
Yeah, and they were able to get 2 chicken dinners in such difficult lobby during the grind, so naturally we expect a lot from them. Like similar to Wildfangs, how they were just wiping out the floor with all the other teams in round 2, we expect them to do so yet again. Not having performed in the best way possible during the grind, they outperformed in round 2. Even though they did not get a single chicken dinner during round 2, they still had 60 finishes and plenty of points to pad up their stats.
Now, this is a little bit interesting as well. When it comes to head-to-head, Wildfangs versus Team Future Star. Wildfangs was a team, like you said as well, during round 2, they didn't get a single chicken dinner, but they had one of the highest finish points in this group, respectively. Meanwhile, for Team Future Stars, who came in from round 2, they had a decent amount of placement points, which puts them 73 points in total in 6 matches, whereas Wildfangs was able to get 75 only. So there is a big difference between Team Future Stars and Wildfangs' playstyle. And what are your thoughts on this? It seems like Wildfangs seems to be very finish hungry in terms of this lobby itself.
Yeah, I mean, you can't exactly blame them for being finish hungry when they're such a power-packed roster. You have players like Trey Scott, who in his literal first game in Erangel got 12 finishes. He was wiping the floor with everybody. And then as the games progressed, even Sensei stood up, even Scout stepped up. Every single person was contributing. This team was firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, they look so I would say lack of confidence during the grind stages, but when round 2 began, round 1 as well, they look so strong and so dominant. So that's something that I'm curious to see, will this momentum actually shift in towards that as well. But of course, for these guys watching at home, we have a very, very special announcement for you guys, and that is, of course, when it comes to round 4, which was supposed to be happening next week, has been a little bit of a delay here because round 4's the dates will be changed for day number 1 and 2, which will be played on March 11 and 12, and then we're going to take a 2 days break, continuing for 3rd and 4th day for round 4 itself.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 days are a holiday partially because of Holi. It's a lovely festival. I do hope you get to enjoy that festival as well. It's a festival of colors, so do have fun, and I hope you guys enjoy as well. And of course, after you guys are done enjoying Holi, we will be back here with high-octane BGMI action.
Agreed. And speaking of those fights that is about to happen as well, we have a lot of expectations coming in for round 3. We are expecting a lot of jam-packed actions. And when it comes to jam-packed action, we have to include a very, very special team. In this case, do you know who that team is?
I think it's going to be Team Realme who's going to be providing us with all these wonderful devices. The Realme P3 Pro 5G is an action-packed phone, perfect for all your endeavors. Let's take a look at these guys.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
Well, there you have it, the Realme P3 Pro 5G, the segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay promo for you guys. Did you guys enjoy it? Because it does have an innate feature of a glow-in-the-dark feature. And of course, it is on the desk with us as well. We've got 2 phones here, and apparently 2 went missing over the round 2 and grand stages as well, because the heist has already begun. And for us, we are still keeping in check for you guys to actually check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing to do with those phones going missing, okay? So it's very awkward of you to bring it up, but
of course,
cool,
we have to call it out. Well, apparently there's a reason why they're no longer here with us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them for whoever took them. These are some really, really cool devices. They have an instantaneous sampling hertz of 2500 hertz, instantaneous sampling rate, and this is gonna make your gameplay extremely smooth. You couple this with the 90 FPS display, it's gonna be the best buttery smooth gameplay you ever experienced.
Exactly, it's currently out for 21,999 INR on Flipkart. All you gotta do is just search it up and then check out for those further details. And of course, like you said, instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz, segment stable 90 FPS performance to give you that smooth experience and probably pop some hits in the game of BGMI. Now, moving on, things are about to serious. We have gave you guys a little bit of teasers of some of this segment's games so far. We gave you guys teams like Wildfangs, we gave you a little bit of tips on future as well. Now, this first map of Erangel, what are we going to be actually expecting here, Crips?
To be honest, I don't expect a lot of clash drops, you know, off the bat. But I do expect that a lot of these teams will probably end up running into each other during the rotations. This new zone meta, it's been a little good for some of these teams, but for the other teams, it's been a little disastrous. Let's take a look at all the teams that are participating in this one. Like, you obviously can take a look at Silly Esports, Wildfangs. They've played a lot more games than everyone else, right? Silly Esports played 24 matches during the grind. Wildfangs played 24 during the grind, and then some more, like 6 more during round 2. So they have a lot more experience than all the other teams.
Exactly, and also MD and Esports we caught a glimpse of them during round 2 as well. They did very, very stable in terms of overall positioning. They prioritize positioning over finishes, which is something that I'm looking forward to as well. Welt OMG kind of stood out during the grind stages. They were a little bit shaky just because they were one of the first few teams that had the first-hand experience of the new zone meta. So they were struggling doing that, and now with all these breaks, and now here appearing on screen again. I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to be able to perform a little bit better. And of course, second half here, 120 XTZ and also Eye for Eye going to be appearing up again after that long break between grind and then now here in round number 3.
Yeah, I really hope they got to practice more on the new zone meta during that little break. Plus, some of these teams who played just round 1 and round 2, they also had the privilege of watching the other teams play out in this meta. So they don't just learn from their own experience, they can also learn from the mistakes of all the other teams that were participating.
Yeah, so speaking of participating as well, and I think based on round 2 as well, when we were watching, some of the teams are still struggling with the overall zone meta and timings on how they are going to be rotating, right? Circle 1, Circle 2, people still tentatively kind of want to rush into center, especially during grind stages. Everyone was trying center zone as well, and even all the grind teams kind of had that upper hand in that experience. But teams who struggle a little bit more, try to tank through it, Circle 3, Circle 4, tend to fall off a little bit in the overall points. So I'm curious to see how refined it's going to be, especially when it's going to come out right now.
Yeah, we've theory crafted quite a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the action. Let's start Erangel, coming up on your screens now. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 3 of realme BGIS 2025. This is going to be the first one starring our teams from Group 1. We take off over the skies of Erangel, joined by your pilots, Crips, and my wingman, Icy Baby.
Oh, speaking of the flight path, seems like we're having a little bit of turbulence onto the side. Seems like the original flight path of providing the center circle for everyone, or in this case, the center flight path for everyone, is not happening. Everyone is going to be on the west side here, northwest, all towards the outskirts of Zarki, ending towards the west side of military base. So we are going to be expecting teams to have a very, very late rotation on towards the east side, or anyone heading to Yasnaya, Mansion, Stauber, Kamishki, Milta Power, even Novo as well, is going to have a very, very long run. Considering the new zone meta is, especially when it comes to the first 2 circle, it does shrink quite a bit. But interesting enough, guess what? We do see MDN actually going for Zarki. I did not expect this coming from them.
This is a bit of a change for them because MDN did not really drop towards the northwestern sector of the map early on. Also, I do sense that there might be a drop clash somewhere in Severny, so I'm really looking forward to that. We did not get to see too many drop clashes in Erangel during round 2, but I'm really hoping that changes. And we also have 120 XTZ heading towards military base. This was also one of those places which was practically abandoned during the last round.
I think it's interesting when you say that we don't see a lot of drop clashes. I remember round 2, there was the most contested spot is actually Severny.
Severny, yeah.
But personally, in classic games, Pochinki and also Rosa should be the highly contested ones, but that didn't really happen in round number 2, though.
Yeah, surprisingly. So, yeah, while we get to see a drop clash here, I really hope we continue seeing a lot more action all throughout. Coming up on your screen right now is Team Tryhards, the team that Maisie was backing. They're going to be dropping into Severny, and they are also going to be up against Team Easy.
Oh, will this be an easy battle? Is going to be a question here. But
Absolutely
fortunately for
not.
them, all 2 teams, they do have a decent amount of space and also loose to work with. It all comes down to this opening pick. But as of yet, Team Easy is pretty much grouped up a little bit more, and seems like they are going to be focusing on one of the players coming from Tryhard who's pretty much separated across the road. So that might be the casualty that they are going to be looking for to get a pick off, but as of yet, they don't seem to be able to scout anyone yet. Everybody is just playing very, very safe, but look at this. Seeing the loots here coming from Easy, they have a decent amount of stacks, and they even have a UAZ as well.
Yeah, and while these 2 teams are fighting each other in Severny, we had Scout drawing first blood. He was the person to get the first finish in the game, and he was able to get one person off of Team 4HM. They did not even drop clash, by the way. 4HM was just trying to get some vehicles. They were trying to go towards farm, and they just happened to run into Team Wildfangs, who we already know are a very finish-hungry team.
Oh, this is a very good setup coming from Phoenix as well. He's got his UAZ parked here in case they want to go for an exit strategy. But the problem is, if Sabotage passes this threshold and get that triple-story apartment, that is where he is going to be stuck. There's no way he's going to be able to get out unscathed in this kind of scenarios. But
yeah,
all things considered, Tryhard Esports is still looking if anybody's in the church. They're a little bit concerned in that church territory for now. But Easy doesn't seem to be in position at all, so that's going to be a little bit concerning.
Yeah, but Sabotage has given away his footsteps, so his position has been marked. I'm not sure if Team Tryhards are aware about the 3-1 split that Team Easy are up to, right? They definitely heard one person over here and they see 3 smokes deployed.
Yep.
They will assume that there's going to be a lot more people over here.
Agreed.
So this could be a bit of misdirection, I see.
Exactly, and because of those smokes, like you said as well, I said Phoenix did have the UAZ on the sides. They are expecting to try and capitalize on that. The moment Easy tries to disengage, they are going to try and completely shut them down while they're boarding those UAZs. But momentarily, this fight is going to be on hold for now. Let's take a look at the map as of yet. MD and Inzarki, not much of an issue. Georgia Pool, we have 2 teams, one in the north and south. OMG going to be taking the south side of Georgia Pool. CG in Pochinki. But Wildfangs, like you said, they've got themselves 1 finishes from the side of Scout. That's a very, very good start here for Wildfangs.
Yeah, Wildfangs taking Milta for themselves. This has been their stronghold right from round 2. And they get a free frag onto 4HM. And this is the replay. Oh, poor guy. He had nothing to work with. Scout just ran him over and then shot him too.
Oh, a little bit unfortunate for 4 high men. In this case, they pretty much lost 1 player. And Wildfangs going to be on the hunt once more. And they're still dropping down to his Milta, but little did they know, they are going to be expecting company around side Milta as Team SAMR is going to be in the vicinity. Scout on Python, great sprays coming from Scout, he's dropped him down low, and here comes the rush coming from Wildfangs.
Yep, 2 people invading this compound. They already know that their opponent is very low on HP. Sensei takes a bunch of damage, but Scout goes in to finish him off, and that's going to be yet another frag for Scout. 2 finishes in this entire map so far, and both of them have come from the star.
Great start here coming from them as well. But now Trace God goes for a nade, and guess what? He does clip up one of the members a little bit down low. It looks like the rush will continue. Can they get the confirmation is going to be the question here. Trace God still baiting out, listening for footsteps. He doesn't really know where he is, but he's still going to try to make an attempt. Trace God does have the Uzi. That's something that you have to be a little bit worried for as well. But break nay coming from Sensei gets the knock, and that's going to be 2 men down from that side as well.
Team Red Flame, their endeavor in round 3 of BGIS is already up in flames. And it's just down to 1 last player. It's Frankie, surviving by the sliver of HP. And you know for a fact that Trace God wants that frag. They know it's a 1v4 situation. They're going to hurry on to try and get Frankie and eliminate Red Flame Esports from this game entirely. But he's on the run. He's going to try to get away from them, and he's already getting shot at. I think there might be a 3rd team involved in this as well.
No. This is a chase coming in. Red Flame Esports, they're going to get completely ran over as well. Scout was the one to pop the tires, and he's got 2 finishes. And he may have just gotten 3rd as well. But the circle is coming in, and they do scout the last remaining player of Red Flame as they continue their hunt. Wildfangs at a very, very strong, unstoppable start right here from the get-go.
Anuvind just speeding away into the horizon, sticking along the periphery of the map, hoping that he doesn't get shot down. Meanwhile, back in Saverni, we have Team Easy taking on Team Tryhard. Tragic has plenty of knocks. Habibi managed to get the finish onto Blaze. And now, the last person, you have Lucky on the roof. His teammates are very far away from him, so he's as good as isolated now. Has to try and stick the meds, has to try and buy some space for himself, otherwise he's going to be run over, I see.
Yep, he's buying time as well. He's got nades, he's trying to drop it down outside, but misses the timing. But fortunately for him, he gets out. His teammates is there to provide a little bit of a exit plan, and it seems like they don't really want to hard commit to this, so that's going to be the reset coming in from both teams. Meanwhile, Easy losing 1 player. Tryhard also losing 1. But this stalemate has got to go because the circle is slowly closing in, and it cannot waste any more time. Will they be able to get out is going to be the question. Oh boy, Reaper almost getting a couple of clips in on towards Tragic, but the nades are cooking in. Circle finally arrives, but it is still stage 1. Will that nade connect? It does chip him away on Lucky. Fortunately for him, he's feeling a little bit lucky right now.
Yeah, they're looking for openings. These nades are not really connecting, and they can't just rush in without the nades. And at this point, even the timer is ticking. If they continue staying here outside the zone, it's going to make things even harder for them when they move in. Ripper trying to go for a very long flank. Might be spotted out by Habibi if he has his eyes and ears open.
Oh, this is smart by Reaper. Like, if he's able to scout out the guys onto his broken wall on Easy side and get those picked, this is going to be the Royal Flush coming in. Considering that both sides, they don't really have vehicles as well. Initially, we saw a UAZ early on, but it seems to me There's nowhere to be found, but here comes the flank. Reaper was able to tag down pretty low, but here comes the knock. The zone is good, and guess what? Here comes the push from Reaper outside and open. He's gonna get confirmation as well.
Nice shots by Ripper, living up to his name. He drags him down to very low HP, and now Habibi is getting full sent by Sabotage. Nice shots by him as well. There's a trade by Bliss. He gets the finish onto Lucky OP, but he's the last man standing for his team. He has to somehow put some bandages in just so that he can survive the zone. He's got first aids available as well, but I don't think he's gonna have time to pull it off because Sabotage is fully rushing him in. Can he get the med in time? Yes, he can. Survives just enough to take another 1v1 encounter.
They're so low. They're so low. Tryhard's only got 2 players left. They know for a fact there's only 1 guy left. And they need confirmation. But from the jump on top, Liz, he's going to try and get a knock. But the drop shot comes in. And that's the confirmation from Tryhard Esports. The victors, they've got 4 finishers. But they will lose 2 players in the back. A fight that took almost forever to conclude finally comes to a close, and Tryhard Esports will be the victors. However, there is still a very, very long journey, and based on the zone, look at this. All the gunshots has attracted attention, and that's going to be FRB looking to try and gatekeep them. Not a great start for Tryhard Esports.
Yeah, they've already lost 2 men, and now Friction Reborn is going into the blue zone, trying to hunt them down. These guys are going to create a lot of friction between them and Team Tryhard, and this might just be the end. Sure, they win the battle, sure, they get 4 finishes, but in the long run, these guys are doomed.
I don't know about Doom right now. Friction Reborn is just not going to let them go. Are they deciding to get that fight, or do they back off? Because seeing how the zone is, it is going to be shifting down towards the south of Gatka. Seems to me Quarry is pretty much very, very occupied right now. On screen, we do see Chodari Gaming going to be in this vicinity. Going to be holding down a couple of compounds. They do have a pretty decent compound, but not a lot of coverage to actually look around them. Very, very nice HUD, but still only great for the south side though.
Yeah. Chaudhary Gaming in a bit of a pickle. I hope they can get out of it. Meanwhile, you have 2 teams just on the mount of the Everest mountain. One of them is Team MDN, who are going to take the long way around. But right in front of them, near the Gatka compounds, was Team XXRG. You also have Silly Esports, one of the contenders for this group, rotating across the open plains of Gatka as well. And I'm pretty sure they will find a compound to call home for the time being. There's plenty of spaces still available. Although, if you notice on the minimap just a few seconds ago, I see Team Wildfangs are still in Milta. They haven't started moving. Even Team FRB, who were gatekeeping the likes of Team Tryhard, they have just started moving away from the zone. But yeah, all these teams in the middle of the rotations will now have to find a temporary compound to call home and then figure out where to go next as the circle shifts and the zone closes in.
Yep, speaking of circle shifts, guess what? Stage 3 is about to happen. And guess what? It is all the way in towards Quarry, so it is going to be very, very difficult to play this. We've seen this during the early stages of Grind. It all comes down to positioning, and in this case, inside the Quarry, all those nooks and cranny gives you a little bit of cover, but exit strategy, very, very difficult because you can't seem to check every single corner in those vicinities, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem here. Teams like Wildfang, they have experienced this before, and they love playing from the outside. However, like you said as well, they're still very, very far away from the zone. Meanwhile, on screen, MDN Esports going to be playing from the west side of Shorelines. They do hear all these gunshots, but unfortunately, hasn't made their move yet. But on screen, we do see a pick here coming from Chaudhary Gaming. Yeah, get 1 finishes, but they still want to look for more. Spray comes in, XXDR still holding down the fort, but they can't seem to get the knock in. And they're going to try and commit to this fight. They're all out in the open, and they get a shot from across the map as well. They lose 1.
Oh,
and
my
now
God.
that's going to be the second one that goes down. Harsh finds another pick.
Yeah, XXDR by virtue of splitting up. These guys have got Chaudhary Gaming in a pinch right now, and they blew up the vehicle. Everybody's down. Chaudhary Gaming go up in a ball of flames.
Oh, mistakes were made. Chaudhary was just docking in, trying to find that 1 man on the sides, but they were out in the open, and they just get completely punished for this. XXDR can be the same, but fortunately for them, they do have some sort of space and cover, while the rest of the teams have heard all these gunshots. And guess what? Friction Reborn, who just arrived from the outside, they are going to take a little bit of pit stop here to try and assess the situation, maybe even get a couple picks themselves.
Yeah, these guys were just inbound after trying to gatekeep Team Tryhards, and after they gave up over there and lost their patience, these guys have found new prey. On their way inside the zone, they hear the gunshots from XXDR, and they try to stop and look at where they are, but they might just end up running into them head-on. Reborn, he's getting shot at. His teammates need to get out of the cars and get some cover, but Team OMG also... Oh my goodness, Nick just dodges that buggy by the skin of his teeth, I see.
Great movements coming in from Nick here. Great movements. However, FR Reborn seems like in a little bit of pickle. They were picked off mid-rotation. They couldn't seem to find anyone, and XXDR looking to try to join the fight. And guess what? Nick is in a little bit of pickle as well. He's calling the rest of OMG to come into this fight. Snorlax goes in for the push, for the nades as well. He's trying to cook him up, but Nick tags him up pretty low and gets the knock on one of the players as well.
And the nades from Snorlax go flying in. The spray connects onto Nick, and the knock is here. Snorlax, by just one single health point, survives, and he's going to be able to get that first hit kit up and maybe even get the revive onto his teammate Praddy. But Team OMG Welt, these guys, they better hurry up. One of their teammates, Johnny, is already moving out of this area, leaving the two of his comrades to stay in here and continue fighting Team XXDR. Meanwhile, the original team who started fighting all of them have already left the scene. Team FDR are out of here.
Well, OMG has got a very, very good gatekeep right now, and XXDR has no choice but to tattletale and back off. Stage 4, after all, seems to be really difficult to play in. They're still outside the zone. Fortunately for OMG, they've sent in one guy inside to try and scout out a hit for the next phase of zone. It seems to me, well, OMG, they've done the damage. They're only going to leave Nick behind to try and stall the rest of XXDR. And guess what? He finds another pick. That's going to be Snorlax's revenge for Nick. And the rest of XXDR looking harsh, and he's going to be finished off as well. What a spray from Welt OMG. In this case, Nick, the playmakers of the North.
Lovely spray by Nick. He stays behind while the rest of his teammates secure some space inside the zone. As you can see in the minimap, Welt OMG have sent Johnny into the zone to secure that spot. Meanwhile, the rest of them stayed back and finished off Team XXDR.
Well, meanwhile, despite them having a little bit small victory, Silly was very, very close to trying to capitalize on that situation, but fortunately for them, they were able to get out to safety. Meanwhile, Team Legit is inside the zone. We have 120 XTZ also inside the zone on the south side as well. They've got a decent amount of compounds on cover to work with, so there could be A-OK. But eye for an eye, this is a team that loves to third party. So far, hasn't seen them striking anytime soon yet. It seems like they want to try to save up those vehicles for the later stages of the fights.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Team Friction Reborn, they were trapped in that third-party situation, but now they're clashing against Team MDN. MDN have had some of the best rotations in the round 2, but will they be able to win this fight? They do have an advantage. It's a 2v4 situation, but they've already lost one of their players. They should be able to get the revive back up unless Friction Reborn create a lot of friction in this fight.
Well, and of course, when it comes to friction as well, with the realme P3 Pro 5G, the GT Boost optimized gameplay, smartphone performances, scheduling to enhance screen touch response rate needs you to actually perform the highest level. And in this case, Friction Reborn, no friction available. But are they going to be able to hold out? Because MDN, they are taking some serious fire in this fight. Virtus getting knocked means that they were able to capitalize on those performances.
Yeah, Friction Reborn have already secured one finish due to the nade, and they've knocked one more player down. And these guys are just getting all these knocks by their throwables. They're not even full sending it in yet. Of course, I don't think they can afford to full send it in. I see they don't have the man advantage, but they better finish off this fight soon. Otherwise, Enchant V7 will come in for the third party.
Oh boy, enchanting them with nades. Wow, Chow. Gonna be cooking a couple ones, but this stalemate is rather going a little bit too long here. There's only 3 teams around this vicinity, and Chan feeling a little bit paranoid that may get third party. After lobbing a couple nades, they may seem to try and go in for exit, expecting maybe a 4th party coming in, but we know for a fact that there's no one around, but better safe than sorry. Seems like Enchant not gonna be hard committing yet. It seems like they will back off to rotate for the better place of the zone. They've shown their presence a little bit, and you can see Friction Reborn, they're just so afraid. The paranoia is kicking in inside those houses.
Yeah, at this point, Friction Reborn is just hoping that somehow Enchant V7 will focus on their opponents and not them. But it seems to me that Enchant V7 are giving up on this fight. The new zone is about to glow in just a few seconds, and before I can even say that, Ghost goes down. It's all down to Xpec.
Xpec pretty much has to get out of this as well. He's the only one left alive. And we're down to the final 11 team, but the perfect nade from MDN, that's going to be the second one as well. They get the squad wipe.
Nearby IGL. He's gonna be getting that finish with the nade, but he himself goes down thanks to Enchant V7. They're keeping an eye on the finish feed. They realize that one of these teams was completely eliminated, so this could be the perfect timing for Enchant V7 to try getting all those finishes.
But look at the zone though. They do have a rough idea. They're still there, but 10 seconds left. The zone is about to close in. It is, after all, stage 5. Yes, the zone is going to be slow, but it's still very, very unfortunate for them because the zone is still going to be out in the open. And as you can see, inside the minimap as well, Legit has one of the best places to hold down the fort against everyone trying to rotate in.
So this is going to be a 3v3 between MDN and Enchant V7. The fourth member of Enchant V7, he was already inside the zone, Wildchild. But on the other end of the zone, you have Team Wildfangs, and these guys are hungry for all these finishes. 2 knocks. These guys are just performing drive-bys upon drive-bys.
How are they getting away with this? This is insane. Trey's God getting knocked in. They've got 6 finishes coming from Wildfangs, and they are on the east side. And fortunately for them, do they have something to repair? Yes, they do. Scout AOP going to be taking a little bit pit stop to try and fix the car, to try and prolong its life. But while they're doing this well, Wildfangs, they managed to pick up Trey's God. They're trying to keep him alive. Eye for an eye, going to be holding down the fort, and Wildfangs was able to skip out of there, skipping it up.
Yeah. And while these guys are fighting Wildfangs, their frag was stolen away by a member of Legit, so they're already losing a lot of points. CFS eye for eye, they need to gatekeep the likes of Team Wildfangs, but Wildfangs have already made it into the zone, so now their next target are going to be coming from behind them.
Well, speaking of getting behind, eye for an eye, they've been holding down this fort for the longest of time. They've done their job. Everyone is pretty much stuck in an awkward situation. But the problem here is, eye for an eye, they're down 2 men. One player pretty much unsalvageable, and Wildfangs is going to be knocking in. They've got 6 finishes and not too happy about losing their early finishes. But they're still in the open. Can they wrap this up?
Demigod trying to find a way out of here, but there's just players in every direction. He's getting shot from everywhere. Meanwhile, Visual OP, like his name suggests, he's trying to establish a visual on one of these opponents and hopefully isolate those fights, but Wildfangs have them covered from every angle.
Speaking of cover here, Wildfangs, even though they look like they're out in open for some reason, nobody's able to scout them out. They do have a decent amount of exposure. Praise God with SKOK skis. 1 and the jump pump, the 2 pump comes in. Visual goes down. Trace God looking for more. And as you can see, eye for an eye, Demigod is gonna skip out of there. He's gonna try and make a run for it. Can they get the confirmation? But it seems like the place is gonna be secured for now. Demigod is gonna be tattletaling and running away. And he's gonna find a little bit of small shack and watching for them. He does find that shack, but everyone knows he's there.
Yeah, I mean, more than one team are looking at him right now. Wildfangs were already trying to chase him down. He's also getting shot by the members of Team FS. But you also have Trace God, who really wants to finish what he started. Nice angle found, but that's a long-range finish by Scout. He's feeling himself this game.
What a performance coming from Scout. Scout is performing out of his mind today itself. And it seems to me he's going to be able to get confirmations after confirmations. He's got 4 finishes coming from Wildfangs. And guess what? Trace God, he takes the shelter. He's prone up on top of the roof with the smoke cover. This is a one-way smoke from Trace God, and he sees everything.
He's got the best seats in the house into this one third-party situation where Team 120 XTZ are full sending it onto FS. Smoker still hiding inside the smoke, inside the vehicle. Just a tiny sliver of HP on him. And he's going to be able to somehow keep himself alive while 120 XTZ continue to reset. They should be able to secure most of these finishes, but how long can Smoker stay hidden? He's managed to fully heal himself, and if 120 XTC don't get out of there, they will be starting to get shot by Team Wildfangs.
They're already getting shot. Sensei picked one, Safe as well, also picking one. Future Star, they have to wrap this up. Smoker misses the timing, and 120 XTZ wipes them. But can they get the reset? Fanta is pretty much knocked. Jason as well as Kylo. Still the only one left alive from 120 XTZ. Kylo inside the zone. Sees Trace God, finally flushes him from that one-way on top of that roof. But aside from that, we're down towards the final 5 teams. And this is going to be in an open fields, out in the open. And Legit has not moved out of that compound from the north side at all.
Yeah, I mean, legit, we're trying to steal finishes from Wildfangs quite a long time ago, and now they're actually shooting at Wildfangs themselves. These guys, they seem to be on a mission to personally harass them, I see.
Well, speaking of personally harassing them, despite Wildfang's dominating performance, Welt OMG does have 10 finishes in total. They were the conquerors from the north side. They gatekept every single one. And guess what? They're able to find everyone as well. But finally, the biggest clash of this circle, legit, has been inside the compound for the longest of time. And Wildfangs is trying to threaten them outside of the building.
Wildfangs surrounding them by 3 possible sides. They know that 2 of the Legend members are in the right-hand side compounds, but that nade from Zeus is spot on. Scout goes down, but I think he's not in full danger yet because they've got cover. They should be able to get Scout back up on his feet. My concern is Welt OMG, who are also trying to look into this fight. For now, their hands are full with Enchant V7.
Great reposition coming from Scout and Sensei. Fortunately for them, they are going to be A-OK. Considering the fact that 120 XDZ is going to be prone out in the open field, they won't jeopardize their position by peeking out. So for now, Wildfangs is going to be temporarily safe, which is a good thing, just because of the fact that there is a team inside the compound which may threaten the teams on the south side.
Yeah. So while these guys can get an isolated pick, I do believe that 120 XTZ might have angles on them if they advance further into the zone, but that's a problem for Nater. For now, Team Wildfangs need to figure out whether they want to full send on this compound or no.
See, that's the problem, right? You can see Wildfangs are checking the south, they're checking the north. They're just so afraid of committing the fight, knowing for a fact that they are pinched between 2 different teams, and the circle now hasn't shown their mark. And as you can see, they're just waiting for the right moment to strike, to make the right call. Legit Esports going to be taking a peek outside as well. We're down towards the final 5 teams, and the circle seems to be pushing on towards the compound even more, and Wildfangs may be pinched from the outside just because Legit is holding this stronghold right now.
Legit have the best position in the entire circle right now. Not only is this compound on the high ground, it's one of the only few buildings where you can actually survive. So Legit will try to hold on to this compound with an iron grip, and Wildfangs, now their decision is clear. They don't need to go elsewhere. They need to capture this fortress and make it their own. Meanwhile, Welt OMG have had plenty of finishes, 10 actually. They also need a place to call home, but they have nothing but open grasslands in front of them.
Well, fortunately for them, they have 8 seconds to decide. They've got a decent amount of vehicles to set up a bunker out in the open. But seems to be their focus is going to be the guys coming from EV7 all the way on the south side as well. And Chan's version 7 seems to be inside the zone. They've got Tiger, but it seems to be they don't really have the best position here. Still out in the open. They're a little bit afraid of maybe potentially being picked off from 120 XDZ. And those 2 guys who are surviving is the biggest problem for them right now.
Yeah, Enchant V7 have a few decisions to make. Luckily, they do have a couple of vehicles. Their
what
tire's
a
gone
nade.
out, but Seraph, that's a nice knock. Johnny's down in the open. Matty comes down to help Nick and Johnny, but now E7, these guys have their sightline set on them. Buwali and Sekatu, these guys are trying to get the high ground, but they're getting shot by the likes of Wildfang, so these guys need to make sure that they don't overextend.
Wildfangs and Team Legit third-partying this fight, making things difficult for Welt OMG, has propped them to actually go for the reset. Wally with that nade now forced them out in the open, and it's up to Justy to try and survive this. He's going to try and cook up a nade. Doesn't seem to be able to do much, but the nade!
Wow!
Revenge coming in from Justy. He's going to be fine, but he's all by himself. Jenny gets the reset, but can they get more? As Welt OMG is stuck in a rock in a hard place, and Chan V7 doesn't realize that they are all pretty much in difficult situations right now.
Yeah, both of these teams are in hot water and they need to eliminate at least one another to get out of the situation. So far, Enchant V7 have managed to reset and all 3 of their players are back up on their feet, but the zone's going to continue closing in and it goes once again towards the center. These guys need to finish each other off. Johnny now leading the charge. Nades primed, nades thrown. It's a triple nade. Sekadu gets destroyed, blown to smithereens.
Vali was the opener, but they could not wrap it up. But another
Oh my
nade
lord.
from Justy once more. Well, the OMG, they cleaned up house. They somehow survived. They've got 13 finishes. How did they survive it all? The bunker held on by Welt OMG. Now we're down towards the final 4 teams as well.
And now the fight for the strongest compound, the best position in the current zone, continues to rage on as Zeus OP has the responsibility of holding onto this particular house. He's getting pre-naded, but he also gets a nice pump onto Trace God. That's the top fragger for Wildfang's down, I see.
Oh boy, Legit Esports holding down the fort for the longest of the time. They've only got third finishers. Everyone is going to be looking them as well. And
Oh
guess
my
what?
God.
Here comes the third party. Manny was able to find Sensei, who's trying to push up. Zeus now going for the flush, and he finds another one as well, but he misses the pixel. He misses the pixel. Wildfang still holds on. Zarif tried to go in for the finish, but Scout OP was able to salvage the fight.
Scout and Trace God, both of these guys managed to survive and hold on, keep all of their teammates alive. Otherwise, that could have been a potential 1v3 clutch. Now, Wildfangs, by virtue of having the best compound and having a full reset, have their eyes set onto the final team. But Welt OMG will not let them reset. That nade from Justy, it knocks Scout down once again. It's all down to Trace God, and he's getting shot. They found the angle. Welt OMG, clean house.
What a performance from Welt OMG and also Wildfang. The top 2 teams from the grind stages completely dominating the lobby, but Welt OMG was able to steal the chicken away from Wildfang.
I am really excited to take a look at the stats. I really want to see how many nade finishes we have this sim. I mean, overall in round 2, we saw an average of 4 to 5 grenade finishes in every game. I think it's going to be in double digits this game, all thanks to Welt OMG.
Well, it might be Welt, it might be a different team as well, Legit, Scout as well, and I think Wildfang's also going to be a tabletopper here in this map as well. But what really surprises me is that in round 3, Scout OP, who we had a lot of questions when it comes to their performance during grind as well as round 2, but guess what? Ooh, he is no pushover.
Absolutely not. It's like he's back in 2019. He's trying to find his prime form once again. And man, oh man, that was such an amazing game from both Wildfangs as well as Welt OMG. Wildfangs doing the harder task of trying to clean up Legit Esports out of that compound because that was the best position to hold. But even though Welt OMG was somewhat in the open, they were getting shot by 120 XTZ. They were getting shot by so many different people. That car bunker, it held on. And especially when they triple needed their opposition to smithereens, that was beautiful.
Yeah, that was chef's kiss, right? Like, I think when it comes to Enchant V7 going for that fight, it felt like a little bit of inexperience and a little bit of fear that resulted in them not committing that fight. Because technically, Welt OMG shouldn't have been able to come out alive. But the moment Welt OMG got knocked and the gunshots came in from Legit, who's inside the compound, made a lot of noise to a point that, hey, that was a sound for Wildfangs to strike. And because of all this commotion that was happening, it gave a little bit of momentary peace for Welt OMG to reset because Legit had to switch their focus on towards Wildfangs inside the compound while they are able to get a reset. And I think Enchant 7 wasn't aware that that was actually happening. That's why they did not hard commit into Welt OMG. So there was just a lot of question marks in all these confusions, which resulted in them not being able to clutch out the chicken dinner. So Welt OMG, I don't know if it's lucky or not, but they've got to thank Wildfangs for this fight.
Yeah, they definitely have to thank Wildfangs for this fight because, like you said, the indecision of Enchant V7, it kind of shows, right? They were not paying attention to the finish feed, and if they were paying attention, they would have realized that they had a lovely opportunity to full send it onto Welt OMG. It could have resulted in a squad fight, but they didn't take it. But that's
which makes sense. Think about it. Like, there's compound, there's 2 teams, and they know for a fact there's another team all the way to the south side, which is 120 XTZ, which is the 2 guys. And it makes a lot of sense why they didn't want to commit, but I don't know, there is a lot of what-if situations, you know. So in this scenario, I would say well done, Welt OMG, but the layers of thought process in that game, it was so fast, and it came down to split decision making. Who makes it better?
Yeah. Let's take a look at all these split decisions and all these lovely finishes when we take a look at the highlights. Maybe we'll be able to better encapsulate the story over here. We start off with 120 XTZ, who, even though they didn't really have much of a meet much of a stake in this game. They were trying to make sure that everybody else has a bad time. And this is when all of it started. Wildfangs versus Legit. These guys were trying to fight for the compound. And Legit took some shots at Well2MG, right? E7 didn't realize that. So they were still deciding whether we should escape, whether we should heal, whether we should fight. And that indecision cost them as Well2MG full sent in with triple naded them.
So we saw that moment, right? When the moment Wildfangs was able to get a pick on towards Legit PWL. While they were shooting on towards Well2MG. And like you said as well, Well2MG had 2 knocks, 3 knocks so far. They were supposed to be wiped. And because of this opening that Wildfangs made, it allowed Well2MG to get the reset, continue with the wipe against E7, and then pushing on towards Well2MG. So I would say it's unfortunate for Team Legit, but well done, Well2MG. Well done, well done.
Yeah. Well2MG, they have the likes of Team Legit to thank them for this chicken dinner. But Wildfangs, credit where credit is due. These guys were on fire. Trace God almost always has a banger opening game whenever he plays, right? Even in round 2, his opening game of Erangel, he got 12 finishes. In this one, he gets 8 finishes, followed closely by Justy from Well2MG with 7 finishes. Scout, the resurrection from this guy has been insane. 5 finishes on him. And then you have 2 players actually from Well2MG. You also have Nick with 4 finishes in the top 5, followed closely by Jackson from 120XTZ.
I think Nick playing the anchor role from Well2MG has been really done really well. But on screen right now, Crips, you have your answer. 10 total grenade finishes in this game.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to this. I mean, the average was somewhere around 4 to 5 per game, but in this one, it jumps up to 10 grenade finishes. That's why I love all these half-open, half-urban finishes, in the last circle. 185 smokes used, and you take a look at the point standings. 26 points for Well2MG. That's a massive, chunky game, I see.
Yeah, it is indeed a big one as well. 26 points right from the get-go in the opening match here for day number 1 here for round 3. Wildfangs also opening up a banger with 21 points. 120 XTZ was able to get him some 10 points. Legit Esports, they were the dominant ones in that circle, but they're still not that far behind. They are getting themselves 8 points in that match in top 4. And Chen V7 with 4 points, and the rest of the world seems to be struggling to find points here, if you think about this.
Yeah, I do want to mention Friction Reborn. These guys were stuck outside the zone for way too long, and surprisingly, they don't do much worse than Tryhards, who are actually the team that ruined the kind of game for them.
Yeah, seems to me Well2MG has been a learning from their mistakes as well. I think I had a little bit of chat here from the coaches. They were telling me that, oh, what went wrong during the grind stages? And after those 24 matches and also playing towards round 2, round 3, they were able to fix their problems. And because of this, it feels like Well2MG is ready to tackle the wall.
Yeah, Well2MG definitely seem to be on top of things, both metaphorically and literally over here, really capitalizing on all the tiny nooks and crannies of their terrain, capitalizing on the small gaps, the lapse of attention in their opponents. They seem to be aware of everything, but they need to be in their prime form when they go into the next game in Miramar, which we will be having on our screens after a short break.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay. Came here to slay. Temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आता है।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
Welcome back to realme BGIS 2025. That was a nice short break, just short enough to let all the players reset their heads, get back into the next game with all their brain cells still intact. And joining me for this next game is going to be Fixes. How are you feeling, brother? Welcome to the desk.
Excited to be back. It's almost been a year since we last shared the desk, but coming back in, it's the realme BGIS 25 this time, and it is bigger than ever. Especially coming inside the first game, we had our set of expectations. Yes, Wildfangs did deliver, but Welt OMG. Quite living up to their names, because when you talk about the performance in the previous round, there are a lot of finishes going on, but not a single chicken dinner, which they have achieved just in the span of that first game.
Yeah, it's like the one thing that they were missing in the previous round, they managed to get it in the very first game itself. So they've already set the standard quite high, and I think the next few games are going to be absolute bangers.
Yeah, for sure, because when you talk about teams like these, they have eased the pressure really. They've got nothing to worry about. They can just chill, they can enjoy themselves. And when we're talking about chilling, enjoying, surely one thing comes up on our mind, has to be this phone in front of us, the Realme P3 Pro 5G. It's got some amazing specs loaded up. The best thing about that I liked about this phone was that 6000 mAh Titan battery. You charge it once, it goes up for 2 days.
Exactly right. I mean, people like IC say that they forget to charge their phone sometimes, and that's why.
Yeah, that's the thing with the boomers, right?
Yeah.
Goes for me.
You also forget to charge your phone.
Yeah.
The reason I need that 6000 mAh battery is because I like to multitask quite a lot. Like while I'm playing, I'll be minimizing my game in between, sending a couple of messages, sending a couple of DMs, checking my company group, and just getting all the work done. So yeah, all of that requires quite a lot of firepower. It requires quite a lot of juice. That's why the 6000 mAh Titan battery is insane. And you combine that with the smoothest in the segment 90 FPS gameplay, it's an absolute bang for buck. And it is a bang for buck because it's priced at only 21,999. So go ahead and check this phone out on Flipkart.
You certainly have to. Cannot miss out on this. And, for all the Gen Z kids out there, you've got this glow-in-the-dark feature also enabled. So might as well. But getting back to business, we've got the first game done and dusted, Crips. Now what excites me is what's next for us. Because this is where I really wanted to talk about silly esports. Because they were the find of the previous BMPS. And this time it has been a complete revamp to the roster. And the performance has been something that they want to forget, at least in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, not the best start for Silly Esports, even though we had really high expectations from them. I hope that they can deliver in Miramar, and shortly after that, we will have Sanhok as well. So if they want to go finish hungry, they can start doing that in Sanhok as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be hopping into the hottest map of the game. We're going to be heading into Miramar anytime now. So pack up your bags and get ready for the action. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the second game of the day. You guys are watching the realme BGIS 2025 Round 3. We've already seen one banger game from Group 1 in Erangel, and now we're going to be heading into Miramar. The plane path is very skewed towards the southern side. We take off over Minas del Sur and go on towards Impala, which means anything north of San Martin is going to be really hard to get to if you don't get your vehicles right away.
This is quite cruel. In fact, quite treacherous, if I must say, given the fact that IC did mention that we started off round 3 with such turbulent winds. All these flight paths are going to put a lot of these teams in a lot of trouble for a toss already, because when you look at all these areas, you've got Los Leones, one of those cities that I'm really looking out for those early collision scripts. But it seems like it's going to be Miramar Valley. We've got 4HM and Chaudhary Gaming, both of them locking horns against each other. But when we look at elsewhere, we see splatter of colors around that La Bendita region.
Yeah, quite a lot of teams going towards La Bendita. You have the likes of Team CFS I4I. They are also hot dropping into Los Leones alongside Wildfang. So these teams will be sharing the Los Leones urban area. But this circle, it's so cruel. Like the flight path all the way towards the south, but the circle all the way up north. These teams will have to get into their vehicles and race into the zone.
This is preposterous. I mean, at this point, you feel betrayed.
Yep.
But we might get to see some early collisions there. We did talk about it. 4HM, Chaudhary Gaming, still eyeing each other out. Wildfangs, like you mentioned, do have a little bit of a collision incoming, which hasn't really begun yet. But for how things are really set up, look at Chaudhary Gaming. They've got no monkey business playing around this area. And they want to scoot away from here, which I must say is the smarter thing to do. Given
But
the
in
fact,
one vehicle?
they did not have the best of starts in first game. It's fine, unless and until they're in, open sites.
Yeah. Well, time to get off and divide up. One more vehicle acquired. And that's the thing about Miramar, you can't afford to travel in just one vehicle, because if it flips over or if it blows up, your entire squad is going to be
Yeah,
out
that's a
in
different
one
story.
fell swoop.
Oh, for sure. Because, in these early games, you need to understand that it's those desperate measures. You do not want to fight. It's fine. Just back off. You know that the teams are playing under severe pressure, just barring two teams, well, OMG and Wildfangs. They've got their ideas right. But Team Tryhard Esports seems like they've got a magnet. They're always constantly pulling in teams. The first game, we also saw them engage up in Siverni. Not really work their way, but this time around, maybe trying to change their fates, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely trying to change their fate. Go in towards the underground caves, try to get a space for yourself. Meanwhile, their neighbors this time are going to be Enchant V7. This is the team who we saw a clear lack of decision making in the previous game. This time though, there's not enough pressure on them, at least not yet. So they have plenty of time to think things through and decide whether or not they want to pick up this fight over here. Tiger's already lost a majority of his HP and he barely has any heals, right? So he's hoping that his teammates find him some meds and pass it on to him. But all of these guys, there's a massive cluster of teams towards the south of Los Leones, and it's not going to be enough for any of them because there's barely any compounds over here.
At least in Los Leones, you've got so many compounds, you can easily take your sweet time. But like you mentioned, right, for Ancient V7 Esports, what I feel is they've been quite indecisive with what they want to execute. Look at them. It's a mad frenzy already. And even when you take a look at Tiger, he barely has any HP, still moving around in the open. So, yeah, needs to find some composure there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, well, 2MG, the winners of the previous game are all the way up north in Torre Ahmada. Nobody around them for 2 whole kilometers fixes. That's a lot of real estate to have your own.
I think for well to MG, everything seems like it's all well laid out. Because when you talk about how they rotated even in the first game, they had that northern area to themselves in which they got so many finishes to their names. And yeah, there was that one moment, like you and IC were discussing about against Ancient V7. It was all laid down for them. And yet somehow they managed to fluster it up, gave them another life, and well, to OMG made the best out of that. And when you talk about that minimum average that is needed, because this is something that needs to be brought up for all the new viewers tuning in, only the top 6 make it to the next round. So that is where, all these teams do have the calculations intact. You've already crossed over that 20 mark. Couple more points, maybe cross over 40, and you're good to go.
Yeah, the cutoff for majority of the teams in round 4 was somewhere around the 40 points mark. A lot of these teams were struggling with 38, 39, making the decision very close, very dicey for themselves. And in the previous round, we were promoting the top 7 teams directly and 16 more on top of that. This time, in order to get a guaranteed spot in round 4, you will have to be in the top 6 of your respective group.
And there's no second chance.
Yeah, there's no second chance. All the second chances are only available after round 4, where you will have the likes of wildcard. If you make it into the semifinals, you will have a semifinal week 2, right? So, yeah, you will get a second breath at life when you reach the more advanced stages of this competition. But for now, in the realme BGIS 2025, if you're not in the top 6, you can basically bid goodbye.
Yeah, and you would not want that to happen. Still 2 more games at least for this day. For Group 1, we've got 120 TZ. I must say, quite a decent start, if not the best. They made the most out of the situation. And given the fact that they've got Jackson with them, he's been a part of a lot of those big orgs. If you know Hydra, they've had a glorious past, and then he's been having to go across, changing a lot of teams, and seems like this season of the realme BGIS, he is settling down with 120 TZ. But Kailu, he's definitely one of those players to look out for. So they have that perfect mixture of experience and young blood in them. Really excited to see what they put on the table.
Yeah, and 120 TZ, they are quite by themselves, but here, take a look at Friction Reborn. Oh my goodness! Borak Gaming almost got run over by Alien, but aliens can't drive human vehicles, so they will get shut down. Trade possible. You have Snorlax, who's looking to avenge his fallen teammate, and Borak finally goes down. Snorlax does get the knock onto him, but any more trades possible? For the time being, it doesn't seem so. The teammates of this poor guy are all the way down to the bottom of the hill. Snorlax will be able to spray down Coast as well. Jumping out of his vehicle, he gets a second finish.
And he's doing quite impeccable. Even in the first game, we saw beautiful individual plays coming in from Snorlax. He's been doing majority of the heavy lifting for his team. As Friction Reborn quite lost in that particular fight. Of course, did have an early opener, but instantly shot back. And now they do not have a lot to work with. Just survived by 2 players. I think this is where they must be looking at scooting away from here, get inside the circle, maybe play around the center, because a lot of buzz is being created around this new zones. And I must still say that center is still the king.
Yeah.
But it is those circle shifts that we get to see, which are kind of cruel. And that is where teams have been thrown off. But still, if you are good around the center, if you can hold your ground, you still will thrive and you still will prevail.
Oh, take a look at the next circle. It goes once again towards the center of the map. San Martin, Hacienda and Patron, water treatment, and a little bit of Picaro as well. Just the northern part of it is going to be in the next zone. So a lot of teams will try to get positions in there. You have legit esports, PWM trying to take some pot shots at all the passing by cars who are trying to make their way inside the zone. Legit, obviously they hold the southern, southeastern edge of the zone. They should be able to keep the likes of Team Tryhard and even Wildfangs if they clash into them. But very close to them, there are no neighbors. They've enjoyed the high ground advantage for quite some time now. I mean, obviously, PWM fails to capitalize on all the shots that he's firing, but I'm sure he'll get his chance.
You know, at this point, when we did bring up EJ, this is where the new zone really takes in place. Just the moment you think that there's nobody around you, and the next moment you might have Tryhard knocking on your doors. So they have to ensure they've got things in place at this point. For Selly, you do have Immortal, one of the oldest members of this community, still trying to find and redeem himself. Was a member of Reckoning, and if you talk about the previous BGIS, it's such a crucial role in them securing a podium finish in the LAN finals. And here he is once again to prove his mettle. This time, again with a new pack of boys. And the kind of start they had, Crips, wasn't something really great. But for Wildfangs, I mean, they're pretty much doing what they have been doing from round 2, what they have done during the grind. But what has changed is Scout OP finally fighting his demons, finally doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, one of the best players in the country back in the day. He's returned, and how? 5 finishes in the previous game, and Sensei once again looks to strike, gets the opening. Lucky Obi goes down, and that should spark this fight.
At this point, Sensei, he's got that nade cooked in. Does it make it smart? Indeed, almost. Ripper surviving by the skin of his teeth at this point as Sensei, he needs to cook one more.
Nades primed, goes in, and this
Voila.
one connects. Kobe by Sensei. 2 back-to-back knocks, 2 back-to-back finishes. Wildfangs once again off to a good start. That movement is supreme. Dips back into cover just in the nick of time before the rest of the members of Team Tryhard arrive. And now they're going to be facing Trace God. They both get into the Scar, and they do not want to get this fight. Can Trace God race them down as they get away from them? Yes, they can. Reposition towards the back of that compound fixes.
And at this point, you know, it's already Mayday for Team Tryhards already. Do not have the numbers, are severely panicking in this situation. Dynamic does have the grenade cooked up. Does it make it smart? The answer is going to be no. As Trace God Scout, the more time you are giving Wildfangs, they are instantly going to rampage through that compound. And now maybe taking their sweet time, just bullying, playing with their feet at this point. For Scout, that's a grenade, well cooked in, but barely connected. The next one surely does, and that will hit its mark. Easy squad wipe comes in for Tryhard. Sensei, he's going to be the one who knocks in and gets in all the 4 finishes to his name.
A whole squad wipe by Sensei. The IGL proving that he can frag as well.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff for Wildfangs. But to be honest, Fixes, this is something that we already expected from them. So it's not really a surprise to me, honestly.
You know, to be fair, Crips, we've been talking all high about Wildfangs. There's this one thing that has still been poking me. They still haven't gotten a chicken dinner. And
Looks
now,
like they didn't need one.
yeah, I mean, for sure, not now, but maybe in the latter stages, surely they have to.
Yep, and there you go, safe already. Starts another fight. He's got Sparsh down on his knees, who was trying to enter the church. This holy land is not for you. Safe gets shot from the left-hand side. That's another position of Legend Esports marked, so now he knows that ZF is on the high ground. Trace God, full sending it in, armed with the S12K. He's going to kick the door open, and Sparsh cannot be rezzed. PWM in the same compound. He's trying to find himself a little bit of space, but Sensei, as he tries to enter from the other door, PWM's nade will knock him down. Trace God will have to return the favor by sending in a well-cooked nade of his own. Meanwhile, Scout is trying to fight him. Shotgun versus shotgun, DBS versus S12K. PWM escapes to the high ground. Here the nades cannot harm him, but his teammates are still quite far away from him, Fixes.
At this point, it feels like deja vu once again, takes you back to the old game of Wrangle. But at this point, when you look at things, you've got Zeus and PWM, you've got a little bit of cover fire being set up, but Wildfangs, they seem to be rampaging through the territories. They don't care who's in front of them. The big issue whatsoever is to get Sensei back up. They need those forces because still early phases of the game. And for Legit, they are starting to back off. Maybe a revive onto it. Seraph could be what's on the cards next.
Yeah, but in order to get to Zeref, they will have to cross that treacherous open area. And Zeus is already being marked by Trace God. Flames being sent towards him. Zeref climbing back towards safety. But can Zeus make that crossing towards him? Meanwhile, PWM, he's hanging on to the ledge and he hasn't been spotted yet. So that's one element of surprise that can still throw in a spanner in the works of Team Wildfangs.
They've completely taken over at this point, unless and until Wildfangs really go out in the open without any guns on them. I don't see a world where they lose this fight, but Zeus just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth there. Seth, a perfect position. He's got all that information relayed down to his teammates, and seems like he's gonna join the pack.
Meanwhile, legit PWM, he's still waiting for someone from Wildfangs to cross that line of fire. He's got himself set up on that ledge, and Wildfangs had him for a second, but it seems like Trace God knows where he is.
No.
He's got him in his sights. He's got his number. Information relayed to his team. He's gonna throw a couple of utilities on the left-hand side just to make sure his cover is intact, and he's gonna cook that nade. Will it connect? Yes, it does. Quite a lot of damage. And then he
No
just
way.
jumps out of the window to get BWM down on his knees. Trace God eliminating his opponents one by one. It's a search and destroy mission.
This is ludicrous what Wildfangs are doing. Unfazed in the eyes of their opposition and so calm and poised yet while executing those fights. And Zeus and Zerif really out of options, have to scoot away from here. As for Enchant V7 Esports, they made a lot of mistakes in the previous game and seems like it has continued in this one as well.
Yeah, it's like rematches upon rematches fixes. We had legit versus Wildfangs in the last game as well. We see that once again over here. Enchant V7, these guys were clashing against the likes of Well2MG last game. And even then, they had quite a lot of teammates shooting down at them. One of them was Silly Esports, and now they find themselves in that situation again. But that final finish is stolen away by Wildfangs. So we finally can bid goodbye to Enchant V7. It's like deja vu all over, man.
Yeah, it kind of keeps on repeating, but at this point, huge shout out again to the ones that made this all happen. Team Realme, and we're talking about their latest launch, the Realme V3 Pro 5G. We talk about those quick registrations, has got that instant sampling touch ratio of 2500. So, you know, you have those quick peaks and all of that happening, and you talk about quick battles. We do have one in front of us. It is going to be Well2MG, where they've already made a little bit of a mishap, but still somehow they've managed to recover. Justy keeping them alive, but now it's all come down to Johnny.
Johnny and Maddie, nade being cooked to perfection. He goes away from the other side, opens the door, and Zin, he's gonna pump Johnny's guts full of lead with that shotgun. Jackson with the nade. That's gonna be an unfortunate team finish, but now it's up to Johnny to somehow escape. Well2MG slammed into this compound thinking they will have the advantage, but they have been repelled away. The invaders sent packing back to the lobby, and the team that got the chicken in the last game will be one of the first ones to bite the dust, courtesy of 120 TZ.
Still looking good for them though. 30 points on the board. But right now, look at this. Another young rising superstar might be in the making. Got Zain, he secured those 4 finishes, and Well2MG felt like they were getting a bit ahead of themselves. You know, without having that knock, they instantly decided to push in. Just midway, one of their player gets knocked out. Surely that finish was a little too bitter for them. But when you look at the circle, look at Eye4Eye. They've got a nice position just around the smack center, and now they will be enjoying that place. Just hunker down over there as Wildfangs. They've got the entirety of that southern area to themselves.
Yeah.
The only posing threat could be maybe from Silly, because now they have to leave their compounds.
Yeah, Silly Esports have to leave their compound, and they've already got their eyes set on Wildfangs. Trace God, the bullets tickle as they whiz past him, and he's going to mark down that position, informing his team about a potential threat coming in the next 20-odd seconds. So while Trace God marks the eastern side of the circle, you also have the remaining members of Legit Esports, the 2 remaining guys, the 2 survivors, who will also be looking for some space in the zone. So Wildfangs will have to fight a battle on 2 fronts. Silly Esports, they need to get into the zone. So while they've already taken some pot shots onto Wildfangs, they're also trying to pick up a fight against MDN. This is a 2-way battle which Silly Esports might not get out of fixes.
They did not ask for it, but they have to engage in it. Because they know the moment Silly leave their compound, MDN, they're out to fire. But MDN Esports do not have the best of the starts, and just have that one finish registered to their name. They've got Future Stars right beside them, and this is going to be a mad dash inside the circle. Found a small shack there, maybe find some cover, but feels like they're way too out in the open. Near by IGL, he might be fearless, but at this time, I think he's looking worried.
MDN at least have found a space inside the zone. Just a couple of rocks put together with these vehicles. This is good enough cover for now. This is as good as they will get. It's a 2-2 split from MDN, but they're getting shot by the likes of Wildfangs. Of course, Ayushoji returns the favor by knocking Trace God, so that will give them some breathing room, but they're not completely out of danger yet, fixes.
At this point, you have a little bit of those smokes to work around. Stay alive for the next 1 minute. Still have some decent hard cover. Maybe build that bunker that Icy talks about, but Wildfangs still a menacing threat around them. And Sensei is starting to feel himself, especially when you've got those 4
Uh-oh.
finishes. Seth this time, he wants to bring in that whole party. Just going in with that barrage, Rapido brought down to real low HP and make a quick work of Team Silly. Instantly wiped out, and look at that. 10 finishes locked and loaded for Wildfangs.
Yeah, Silly Esports were trying to fight against both Wildfangs as well as MDN at one point. While MDN managed to race into the zone and create a mini bunker for themselves with their vehicles, Silly Esports were late to the party and they fall victim to the Wildfangs as they sink their teeth deep inside their meat and suck out all those juicy points.
Sort of takes you back to that delicious Mandi that 3 of us enjoyed last night. But yeah, MDN Esports, they've got some cover to play around. They've got also the zone, but eye for eye, they literally aren't moving. They've got the best position, best seat in the house, and Praise God is wanting to get a couple more. But it's going to be Scout. He's trying to feel himself as MDN. A little bit of a frenzy there.
A step in the wrong direction and you're going to lose a member. Fear Toss goes down as he was just getting inside his UAZ and trying to get towards the rest of his teammates. Next circle pops. More shifting towards the center. 120 TZ, they've got a decent compound for themselves on the north side of the road, and their neighbors are going to be Chaudhary Gaming. Both these teams lacking members to some extent, both of these teams down to the last 2 players. We have Team Easy on the extreme east. They're quite healthy, but they're going to have to slam into one of these places to actually get inside the zone. I'm kind of concerned about legit esports fixes. You have Zeus OP in the zone, but his teammate very far away from him.
At this point, I'm starting to fathom what could be their next course of action. Are they going to go for those healing battles? Because they're long gone. But we've still seen teams try and execute that. And if you do not like those healing battles, if you want to go all out aggressive, do check out the realme P3 Pro 5G. It's a weapon in the right hands and gives you that advantage. So all those features loaded in as Sensei loads in all that lead, and MDN, they lose one more.
An eerie silence takes over the server. Everyone calculating their next move. This center shift is going to throw off a lot of these teams on the periphery. And RDX just hiding, biding his time, hoping that Wildfangs are distracted by some other team. And his prayers have been answered. Wildfangs focus their attention towards RF as they try to get inside the zone. A tiny sliver is available to them. Frankie running desperately in the open will be hunted down and he can't make it back to cover. No, take that back. He's actually made it.
Somehow he's managed to do so. But perfectly threading the needle there. As Kyoto barely surviving somehow. But for Wildfangs, they are absolutely running havoc throughout the lobby. Seems like somebody has opened the Pandora's box for them and lies no hope. And look at this. This is confidence exuding out of Trey Scott. But RDX might have something to say about it as he gets another. Could get the third and almost had it till Sensei literally ran through his dreams there. But Wildfangs, regardless, are in a world of trouble right now.
Yeah, 3 of their members down on their knees, and Sensei will have to go on a mass revive mission to get his teammates back up. That was a very risky full send onto RDX. That could have been a squad wipe, a 1v3 clutch. But looks like Wildfangs will live to fight another day. Future Stars. They've got stars in their eyes, their future looking bright, and their position is actually one of the best in the whole game right now. Sure, their neighbors can be quite rowdy. You have Red Flames who are trying to dodge the Molotov, trying to dodge the flames being thrown by Future Stars. They have a nice 2-2 split going on for themselves. So Team Red Flame have quite a lot of real estate for themselves. What they don't know is that one sneaky snake from Team 4HM is also right beside them.
At this point, looking at how Future Stars really open things up, kind of beg to differ here, Crips. This team does not like engaging in a lot of those fights, but now they will be forced to take that. And that sort of worries me, especially for FS and what they dream on achieving. Because for Zytox, all he's going to do is just play his grounds, hold it off, not try and reveal his position. He's managed to go escaped in this point. As of Smoker and Panic Jord, they might be in a little bit of a situation there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you have Team FS. They're getting naded by likes of 120XTZ. The zone shifts once again towards the center, which puts 120TZ in one of the best possible positions over here near the gas canisters. They have one of the most lucrative compounds in the game, and a lot of teams will look to push them out of this area and take it for themselves. Meanwhile, eye for eye, these guys have their eyes set on Team Wildfangs. They were just about to be revived by their teammate, but now Safe and Trace got her once again down on their knees. Dead player looking to make everybody else dead as well. Blows open 2 players, and it's just down to Scout.
He's gone. Yeah, caught between a rock and a hard place, but Wildfangs still have that takeaway from this game, right? 13 freaking finishes registered to their names.
Yeah.
I've got nothing to really worry about, but eye for eye, finally making it count. The moment the stars have aligned, they've got the zone, they've got everything going in. It is pretty much their game to lose, Crips.
It is their game to lose. 120TZ, now it's their time to shine. They've held this area down for quite a long time, and they must continue to soldier on to stay steadfast in this passage that preys upon the weak. Python already sneaking in close to them. They're aware about the possibility of a solo sneak-in guy, but they don't know where he's coming from. Meanwhile, Madhur on the other side has fired some pot shots, so he might just be a distraction for 120TZ. Python needs to thread the needle, find the perfect timing to get in and get both of these finishes.
It's looking quite alluring, especially for Zed. He's starting to get excited,
Uh-oh.
and there you go. Gets that finish, but now this is the trial by fire for the players of TZ. Jackson and Zain, they are literally sandwiched between 2 different teams. How do they come out? That is the big question. Phoenix, he's waiting, all coiled up, ready to strike Madhur. He's also on a different angle. But does Tragic not spot Madhur already, Crips?
I think he might have. He knows that there's plenty of
now
cover
he
in
does.
that area, so there must be somebody in that spot. Takes note of that and retreats just a tiny bit back towards his teammates in case they need to trade him out. Now, eye for eye, they might not see eye to eye with their opponents, with their neighbors, but they realize that they have the best possible position in this next circle. The only compound available to them is also in the zone, and everybody else towards their northern side. 4 teams remaining, and only 1 team is fully healthy. This is a game that eye for eye might definitely win.
Now, Easy making out the most of the situation. At this point, they know the fates might be sealed unless and until there is somebody coming up with a few tricks up their sleeves, as Madhur finally has himself revealed and Demigod works him out. And now it is down to the final 3. Phoenix out in the open. He's pretty much out there.
Whoa.
And there will be no mercy shown. And there you have it. The final player also getting taken down. And it is going to be a chicken dinner for CFS Eye for Eye. And they did it quite easily. The gods of BGMI blessing them with the circle. And they made the most out of the situation. The only place where I felt like they got challenged was when Dead Player went all out on the players of Wildfangs.
Yeah, that guy was really putting the screws to Wildfangs, just making their life living hell. But no regrets for Wildfangs. They went down in a blaze of glory, 13 finishes to their name. So even if they have an early exit from this particular game, they will be very happy with what they've accomplished.
Considering they had 20 plus points in the previous game, should have gotten maybe around 15 to 16 even in this one. It is, I think, safe to say they've already made it to the next round. And they've done this in just 2 games. So we pretty much know what comes next, but Welt OMG. Still have a little bit of a cushion though, but a learning lesson. Do not get ahead of yourself. Do not be cocky.
Yeah, do not be cocky. Well to MG, they went in full slamming into 120TZ and it backfired heavily for them. And even then, even after that awkward fight where 120TZ lost 2 of their members, they survived quite long. And they managed to rack up quite a lot of placement points, even stole a couple of finishes here and there. That one little area which they were holding near the 4 gas canisters, there were so many teams vying for that area. You had Python from Red Flame trying to sneak in. You had Mother also trying to put the screws on them and basically try to take that area for himself. So 120TZ, given the circumstances they were in, I think they made the best out of it.
I think for 120 TZ at this point, the best part was how Zen has been stepping up individually as a player.
Yes.
Because if you talk about that fight against Welt OMG, he was the one keeping things afloat for them. Because despite the fact that Welt OMG were dealt with that first blow, they still managed to answer back.
Yeah.
And had Zen not stepped in at the right time, had not gotten all those finishes there, it could have been a game over for 120 TZ. And let's not forget also the fact that 120 TZ have been quite consistent in the previous game. They did account a few finishes to their names. This time around, I'm pretty sure they might be in the top 3, top 4 once the overall standings are there.
Yeah, so 120 TZ, definitely very, very promising. A lot of clutches from Zin, and I'm glad you mentioned that he stepped in. Meanwhile, I would like to say that he stepped out of danger. That the way he dodged that nade, opens the door and pumps his opponent right there. It's beautiful movement, beautiful BGMI played by this guy.
And this is what the stage is for. Make your mark, and he certainly is making his mark present, making it felt, because this goes on back to the old BGIS also, where you had Trey Scott finally making his mark there. He was playing from FS. He was quite not known, but joining the ranks of Wild Fangs. Finally, he's getting the recognition that was long due, and he's starting to live up to this, and he's been having a great 2025. But even Team EZ, they found some good points in this one also, made the most of the situation.
Yeah, they made the most of the situation, but I have to give credit where it's due. Team Easy had a great position. That's why they were able to do a lot.
Yeah.
For all the other teams who were caught in the open, we'll take a look at the highlights to see how they fared. Wildfangs, need I say more about this one? Such a wipe. Such a massive, quick wipe from Safe over here as he slays 3 members and gets that squad wipe for himself. And then his team continues to put the pressure onto MDN, onto 4HM. This rush was a little iffy in my opinion. MDN could have completely squad wiped Wildfangs over here. That was a 1v3 from that one player. If it wasn't for the last man who was very far away, I think Team Wildfangs would have had a very early exit.
These are exactly the adjustments that I must say that Wildfangs have made into their style of play. They had Sensei. They always have somebody providing that cover fire. If you had noticed in that fight against Legit also, Cripps, they had Seth on those higher grounds. He was providing cover fire. This time it was Sensei. Yes, kudos to RDX. He really tried his level best there, but could not secure even a single finish. But for Wildfangs, my complaints are still there. My qualms, what I need out of these players has to be in registering those chicken dinners. This has not been coming. But again, when you talk about the MVP, the IGL, he leaves his mark. Sensei himself, 7 finishes. And the first squad, I think he solo wiped them.
Yeah, he solo squad wiped one of the first teams to fall down, so that's why he pumped up his stats. Usually it's Trace God who has the most finishes in this team, but this time the IGL steps up. Followed closely by Demigod, by CFS Eye for Eye. Zin, amazing performance from this guy. The movement, the footwork was pristine. He almost wipes out Well2MG by himself, and if not, he repels them away.
And even for Phoenix, he did manage to get those 4 to his name. So all these young guns finally, making the presence felt. But once you take a look at the match summary, this time Miramar, considering that 7 grenade finishes, we're gonna take that 350 meters. That's standard. And yeah, 173 smokes used. Not a lot of commotion towards the end. We had it all laid down. But the point standings, this is where 21 points registered for Eye for Eye. What a way to stage the comeback. But for Wildfangs, they are just rampaging through.
Yeah, rampaging through this entire lobby. Followed closely by Easy, 120 TZ, and Team Future Stars. All of these guys are quite close to each other with 11, 11, and 9 points respectively. Even with the finishes, they're quite close, 5, 6, and 5 respectively. On the next page, we have Silly Esports. They were poised to have a wonderful game, but it was stolen away from them. They finished at only 3 points. 4 high men. These guys always find themselves in a lot of trouble, always getting shot by at least 3 to 4 teams. It's almost like that's what the 4 in their name stands for. They get shot by 4 different teams.
4 panicking men at this point, and I hope that they catch their breath, because whatever is going wrong, they need to recover. The last game still stands, but for now, the report card in front of us, Wildfang still atop, king of the hills at this point, 35 points to themselves. well to MG. A little bit of a slip up down there, but 30 points still looking quite comfortable. But for CFS, I've arrived. This is the comeback that we were talking about. One good game, 23 points already there. But 120 TC, this is something we mentioned. They have been quite consistent. Hence, those 4 points to them.
Yeah, you also have Enchant V7 Esports. They managed to get quite a lot of position points in Erangel, but this time they were just picked apart very early on.
Yeah.
Red Flame Esports also met a similar fate. They just almost always find themselves in difficult situations outside the zone as well. And same with Friction Reborn. They started a fight early on in Severny last time. This time also they lost 2 of their members against XXDR Gaming. So these guys are almost always losing their members at the start of the game, which kinda undermines them.
Yeah, and for Snorlax, heart goes out to him because
Yeah.
the first game also you saw some nice grenades out there. This time also got a couple of players down, but does not have the team support that he really needs.
Yes.
And at this point, it gets into your head where you're like, you know what, chuck it guys, I'm not going to be playing with you anymore. You need to step up. Otherwise, I'm going to find another team because a lot needs to be done for that team, XXDR. We have so high expectations and it's not very often that you make into so deep stages of the realme BGIS. They've made it finally. They need to start making it count.
Yeah, I mean, you might have performed really well in round 2, but round 3 is a completely different beast. The caliber of the lobbies is much, much higher, and you will need to make no mistakes in order to survive over here, because if you take a single step in the wrong direction, you'll be destroyed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with Sanhok soon after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Alright, it's day number 1 going on for round 3 of the realme BGIS 25. Of course, I'm Fixus, and this time I'm joined along with IC. So, IC, 2 games done and dusted. Surely, Wildfangs, they've qualified, haven't they?
Well, as of yet, they're still okay. You know, if we were talking about the overall cutoff on average here, 38, 42 points is somewhere where you kind of want to be for the top 8. But currently in the round 3, it's not top 8 anymore. It's going to be top 6. So in this case, it should be somewhere around 46, maybe even 50 points for them to kind of secure that safety cushion to qualify into round 4.
No, honestly, I feel like they've already done their deed. They look quite poised at this point, the way they're playing. But you know, if you want to look poised and look classy and sexy at the same time, you gotta check this beast out.
Yep.
Realme P3 Pro 5G, and it is loaded with features the best in the segment, I must say.
Exactly. The segment's smoothest 90 FPS performance gameplay is out right now for the price of $21,999. You can search it up on Flipkart. It is, after all, our amazing sponsors, and of course it does provide you the instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz, which is once again this segment's stable 90 FPS performance. Now, I've got a little bit of a question here for you.
All right.
Okay, hold the thought for now. For those watching at home in the camera, I want you guys to clip this. I remember last year you had a very interesting interview with a very special player who's also playing in this game, named Sensei from Wildfangs.
Yeah.
It was his first time on the English broadcast on a LAN event.
All right.
And you had a little bit of an interesting question for him. You said, what about you? Why are you here? Do you think your career is pretty much washed out? And Sensei's reply was, oh no, not washed out yet. If I'm washed, why am I here? Why you need me here on the English broadcast?
I think
And you felt like he was washed. But after that, Sensei was able to get an MVP just now. What do you think about that now?
Look, I really don't want to jump the gun, but it is still round 3. A lot of you pundits might say the lobby is too easy for them, and that is how they're making it look like at this point. Because when you look at their body language, they've got nothing to fear. But their real test lies when they play against the big boys. I think they're going to ease their way through into round 4, but it's the quarters where I believe they might be really tested. So we'll get back to this once the quarters begin.
Okay.
Yeah, Sensei, I hope you're hearing that.
Yeah.
Just that one game.
For those of you, clip that, send it to Sensei. I want to see what happens later on. You know, hopefully Wildfangs qualify further.
You know, the sorry part is we're still brothers at the end of the day. We might have this little banter, but there's not going to be any controversy or masala. But yes, Scout, you know, he's always that passionate guy. But I'm pretty sure a lot of these Scout fans finally feel happy to see him home, get back to his old ways. But I still have that complaint, I see. No chicken dinners yet for Wildfangs.
They have been very, very consistent in taking all those fights, right? So Wildfangs, as of yet, they haven't gotten themselves chicken dinners, but overall, they're doing the right things. They're getting points. You know, they're trying to qualify their way through, so I think it's a big plus for them. But on the other side, we have to talk about 120 XDC as well. They are able to bounce back. i4i is also doing pretty good. Overall, all the grind teams are doing pretty good. What about the rest? Why? Guess what? You guys are about to find out how they're going to be doing the rest here with Game 3 right now.
Alright, if there is any map where you want to stage your comeback, it has to be this, and it has to be now. It is going to be the land of snakes, the rainforest, Sanhok on its way. And there has been that turbulent weather. I see you've been talking all about it. What is wrong with all these flight paths?
Well, it seems to be today itself in round number 3, day 1, this group has been struggling in terms of the overall flight path, and even in Sanhok as well, it seems to be very heavily towards the western shoreline. So teams who is going to be heading towards the east side seems to be struggling a little bit, but we do see a little bit of a early drop split here coming from FS. Panic Jot is going to be dropping on towards the north side. Maduro was thinking if he was looking for a couple of vehicles, seems to be regrouping onto his Cam Charlie as well. I hope there's not going to be a lot of a contention down south. Boot Camp seems to be occupied by MDN. Oh, sorry. Wildfangs is going to be in Boot Camp, but we do expect XXDR maybe taking the north side of Boot Camp for now.
Yeah, for Wildfangs, this has been a recent change that they've made in their style of play. They're starting to go down to boot camp. They've got a whole lot of drama going around, but we've got a fight amidst us. Right from minute 1, it is going to be Future Stars. Find themselves a little bit of a pickle there. It is going to be against FRB, Freak, still alive, but still one of his teammates already taken down. Rex is trying to line him up, but finds no success.
Yep, and as you can see on the finish feed as well, we do see i4i finding a couple of picks themselves. Seems to be a very bloody bath here in Sanhok as well. We've got 4 players already completely sent to the lobby right from the get-go. Barely even 1 minute in the game, so it seems to me everyone is struggling for their usual drop spots. But guess what? Friction Reborn, they're going to get third party from afar, and the confirmation comes in, and that's going to be Team Future Star finding another finish, or in this case, their first finish in this game as well.
Yeah, for FS, they had all their pieces in the right places. And we'll walk away with that finish. But Wildfangs back to their old ways. It is going to be Snorlax, the danger man, I see, from XXDR. He's been brought down and instantly wiped off. For Future Stars, the previous game, kudos to Madhur. They survived for a wee little longer. But Alien, he's quite alienated from his pack. As the real packs, Wildfangs, are about to claw in their way. But Harsh, he really needs to provide that cover fire. Otherwise, it is going to be a cakewalk for Wildfangs.
This is so unorthodox of Wildfangs, but considering the fact that they know there is someone drop colliding into them, immediately they're going for the push. And now Harsh Gets a really nice tag onto a Strays guard. He's got the weaponries, but Eileen, he's pretty much stuck out in the open. He can't really regroup or back off right now. Wildfangs has got the entire squad surrounding them. Harsh, he's going to back off, but I don't think he's going to be able to save Eileen here. Alien is done. He's got nothing. He's only got a QBS.
It's still fine. I feel like he's gone unchecked, I see.
Okay.
Because Harsh did pepper down those bullets, and Trey Scott, he's backing off.
Ooh.
They have no intentions of checking that area around, as a result of which that could be an ace up their sleeves. But of course, like you said, they need a little bit of more loot. But trouble in paradise already. You've got Team Tryhard, and this has been a common occurrence. Every single map, they've had a drop fight.
Yeah, Eye for an Eye has been known to be playing on Paradise for the longest of time. Like, even during the grind stages, they've had a lot of run-ins, and every single time there is going to be teams that come in to third-party this. And guess what? This time, Silly's going to be dropping from the south side as well. They are going to be one of those teams that may look to try and contest this. Same can be said for Tryhard. And this fight, fortunately for them, can prolong a little bit longer just because the circle is right in the center of them. So it is, after all, the first stage is not that big of an issue. But if they take this fight a little bit too long, teams are going to be able to rotate past Paradise and then look to set up to try and take them down in the later stages of the fight. But all things considered, we have to put Painan on hold. MDN already left Painan, making towards the next phase of the zone. Pretty early rotation coming from MDN. FS all the way to south side of Camp Charlie is going to be expecting company from FRB. CG, pretty good, southwest, but they are swinging down south to potentially run into his FRB. That's a little bit weird for me, but I guess they're expecting that teams are rotating early before they actually go in for this kind of early pushes.
Honestly speaking, it might be a little bit weird, but I'll tell you what's bizarre. Look at 120 TZ. One of the players is in Cow, the rest of the pack somewhere towards Mong Nai. That's a wild spread they're playing with. And as of now, you've got Welto MG. I think they've got a little bit of a reality check that they cannot get complacent. Surely they've had the best of starts, but have to be very careful in engaging in those fights. And now, out around those western periphery, you've got Team Easy. They might try to inject themselves any given moment. And what I feel I see is Welto MG, they need to have their guards up.
Yeah, they definitely do, seeing that they don't really have a lot of mats or vehicles to work with. And like you said, as well, 120 XDZ, they are pretty split off in the north side. Like you said, one in Mong Nai, one in Cow, that's like, what, 2 kilometers apart? And for them, especially just now, the moment it scout a little bit of remnants of Red Flame Esports, immediately backs up, says, guys, there is someone here, but overall, a majority of the northern section is clear, except for this one compound, which Red Flame Esports is on right now.
And when you talk about Red Flame Esports, they're walking on fire. Quite literally, how the position is, and if you want to avoid that, you need to check out their new phone launch, the Realme P3 Pro. The segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7S Gen 3. I mean, who gives you at 2199 only? It's a powerful chipset, you get stable 90 FPS performance, you get that instantaneous sampling ratio. And look at this, this is what I was talking about. Alien, he's gone unchecked. And he could throw a spanner to the works of Wildfangs if they're not careful.
Oh boy. Like you said as well, that lurk down there has been so unchecked to a point that, yes, he doesn't have a lot of loot, but fortunately for him, he is safe for now. And if Alien decides to sneak up on them, they are going to be in a lot of pain. But Seth, he is going to be checking his backs as well, potentially for any rotation from the west side as well. Seems to be there's no one on the west, so he is going to be clear sailings for now as they make their way for the next phase of zone. But as of yet, Wildfangs, they may have a decent amount of loot, but they do not have vehicles, so they may be expecting some guerrilla warfare really soon.
It goes without doubt. And this is one of those things that I always have to say with Sanhok. Do not prolong the fights for more than 60 seconds. Because the moment you do that, you make yourself open to fire. Seems like Johnny is already locked and loaded, well prepared. All that information relayed, I see. And now he needs to find some stable cover.
This is a very interesting pit stop coming from OMG out in the open, hoping to try and capitalize somebody who tries to drive past in towards that dip. I think it's smart. Just because
Is it?
it's risky, but if somebody drives past the threshold and drops down, that's a free delivery on the floor. But even if you get one, if other people hears it, they are gonna third party it. So I would say it's a high risk, high reward situation. But considering the zone and the spread they have right now, I think it's pretty decent right now.
I must say they are living on the edge.
Fair enough. Fair
Because
enough.
at this point, yeah, they might make those flashy plays, they might catch somebody off guard, but still makes them vulnerable to the threat from the backlines. And it's just not one team. It is Team Easy. You've got EV7 also positioned there. So at that point, well, to OMG really need to rethink the course of approach, just galloping through the rainforest, MDN esports. Of course,
Oh,
we
no.
did witness RDX. He was quite valiant in the previous game, almost clutched it out against the players of White Banks.
Oh,
But now look at this. Harsh completely finding the players of MDN. Unchecked, unguarded as spear toss. He loses his HP and now suddenly a beautiful jump shot. It comes in and double XDR. They're starting to lose out on numbers.
Oh my goodness, mistakes midway, they got the jump in, now Brady is all by himself, and here he comes, the nade comes in, it comes true, and that's going to be MDN, losing one player, but they get two finishes, and the confirmation comes in, and MDN Esports was able to walk away with more finishes. However, coming from XXDR, Alien is pretty much the only one left alive in this case. Is he still alive? That's going to be my question.
For double XDR, losing out on Snorlax right from the get-go. This has been one of those points of concern, but look at this, 4HM against the players of FS as Vampire spreads his fangs, and there you have it. Rex already down and out. And at this point, 4HM, they need some cover. They definitely have the upper edge in this fight, but panic shot, he's got something else on his mind. Zytox being taken down, and now the numbers still favoring the players of 4HM. Smoker, too much out in the open, shows his legs, almost on the verge of getting picked off. There you go, that grenade sails in from 7, and only one player survives. Has to be Madhur. He needs to pull off something really magical. At this point, all these players of 4HM are pushing in tandem with each other. Madhur still trying his level best, eventually just to fall.
Oh, what a bait coming from 4HM. They were able to just completely flush them out. And with that being said, 5 finishes and the reset outside the zone, I still think it's a pretty win. But the question here is, they're still so far away from the zone. They're all far east in stage 2. Fortunately for them, they do have a decent amount of delivery being sent out of them as well. And a buggy to try and rotate in. So it's not the end of the world. But considering the fact that they do wipe one team, that means there's still 15 teams lurking around inside the zone. And one wrong entry point means they're going to get completely wiped. Guess what? One of those teams is outside the zone as well. It's also going to be Chodari, who's rotated from all the way from southwest of the map. Now, in the east side of the map. I'm not sure what this rotation is this.
You know, really speaking, Chaudhary Gaming, they haven't been living up to their name. Ideally, we would want them to be brave. You want them to be going guns blazing throughout the map. They haven't managed to achieve that in the first 2 games. But you know how poetic it is, honestly, in a game like Sanhok. And suddenly, 4HM, they start staging their comeback. Yeah, I might be speaking a little too soon. It's just 4 finishes. But at least some hope to latch onto before their matches end.
Well, speaking of hope right now, look at this. They're going to be pushing from southeast corner. And they're going to be expecting a lot of company on the southeast. Meanwhile, on screen, Silly Esports, they do find a pick onto his 4HM. 4HM had a nice run in. We talked about this as well, outside the zone. They do not know where they are, and Silly Esports still outside the zone looking to find a couple more picks. Immortal down to his last first hit, Rapido inside the zone. He's got 4HM pin, but it is a 3v1 situation for him. Does he back off? Seems like the nades will be enough to scare him off to regroup with the team. Whereas 4HM is going to try and look to push in further in the next phase zone because zone is starting to move on stage 3 as well.
This is a fight none of these teams want to take, but are forced to. At this point, Demon, his eyes, ice in his veins. They want to take those shots, but did not make much of a difference. However, Sioto, he's got a better position to play with. And seems like the players of Silly, they are in such a tough spot for HM. Zytox wanted to hold things off, but he does understand does not have the best of men along with him as Noob opens it up. And for HM, again desperate as they do not have the numbers anymore.
Nicely done coming from City Esports. They played that so patient. They applied so much pressure that eventually 4HM, now they're gonna run. And guess what? They ran and crashing into his team. What? Try hard? Oh, I'm just a little loss of words. Like, they were desperate. They were run away, and Tryhard Esports just wipes them.
It was just alarm bell stalling, and it was all about finding some cover. But for Tryhard Esports, they found some respite. One finish to their name. Dynamic is surrounded with foes all around him. He's begging for some help as his teammate already falls down. Needs to get that quick reload as the pour comes in. Is going to be a pre-fire and he succeeds. But a little fast on those triggers, not in front of Dead Player. We know he is one good player starting to live up to all that hype. 5 finishes I see already secured to this one player.
Well, it's not over yet because Tryhard Esports got Ripper in the bag, but Dynamic has got some insane dynamic movements. But boom, the pump from that player right at the pixel gets the confirmation. He's got 6 finishes right now. Eye for an eye, clutches big time. And guess what? This fight started from the beginning of the game, and finally the moment Tryhard, man, made so much noise, that was the sign to third party this. They lose one player, but they do secure themselves 6 finishes. Meanwhile, the rest of the world, the zone is going to be shifting outside of Paradise Resort, and 120 XTZ is right in the middle. World OMG with the split, taking 4 compounds, and guess what? Nobody knows they're alone. And because of this, everybody is not pushing the compound at all.
That's a very risky play. And when you talk about taking risks, the biggest risk takers inside the lobby, they approach. And you do not really have to resort to taking such risks if you have the realme P3 Pro 5G on your hands, but we do have a fight on our hands as now FRB, again in a world of trouble. Sensei, again, not really marking another player. He goes in front of him. He still could be in a world of trouble as another nade sails in. Ghost taking down Sensei, still one of those players still alive. Ghost has to make some quick work there. The only player alive against Ray Scott. He's got it all set up. Eventually, just to fall down. And Wildfang, just like that, get 5 finishes secured already.
Well, that's going to be the cleanup, but at the same time, Sensei is going to be picked up in stage 4. He might actually drop to the zone. He's going to try and make it in the car. The save! The save from Ray Scott, 1 pixel away. Sensei somehow survives. He's in the car, but can he get himself out to safety? The reset comes in. MDN is going to be the next obstacle in front of them. They're all spread out. Scout OP has a nice angle nearby, but the spray comes in. Sensei gets re-knocked once more, but MDA immediately gets traded off. Safe. What a trade. What a player. What a support coming from him.
Wildfangs need to buy some time at this point. And Trey Scott looks to be wanting to bring in the heat, but it is going to be his former brother Kailu getting the knock secured. Now Wildfangs, all their hopes respond and somehow have to rely on Scout, who just goes darting in. And at this point, you've got Ayush brought down to really low HP. Wildfangs, Scout knows exactly where he's pinned at. And now he wants to make the best work. He does not have any nades to play around with. As Ayush, he is patching himself up. Scout, he needs to answer in. He needs to get in, but give enough time. As a result of which, Ayush delivers and Scout down on the ground.
He tried. He really tried. He baited. He bought so much time. And now with the reset comes in safe. Also going to get knocked by Ayush. What a nade. Before going down, Wildfangs, they get eliminated with 6 finishes. But MD and Esports, they hold down the fort. What a clutch from Ayush.
And RTX still alive, still breathing. Somehow MDN, they are making this happen. We talk about comebacks, but look at this grenade. Go sailing in from Johnny and Easy, find themselves in such a tough spot. Eventually for Johnny to get that cleanup as Team Easy, they wipe the floor, or rather they get wiped by the players of Welt OMG, who found some good successive runs.
Well,
5 finishes already.
Like you said, 5 finishes. They're all spread out. Look in the zone as well. They are just individually dominating everyone for themselves. But as soon as I say this, Caster's Curse, Nick getting knocked out from Northwest. No cover. He's done for. EV7 is going to gobble him up really soon. While Johnny and Justin is going to be looking to try and regroup with Maddie, who's inside the zone. 120 XTZ out in the open on top of the mountain. But you can see on the north side, Silly is there. Team RF, Team EV7, everyone is going to be in for some serious pain.
V7 Still not out of the woods yet. Already 2 players taken down, 1 already finished off right from the very get-go. Everything rests on Sekatu and Powali. They had their chances in the first game. They were nowhere in the mix in the second, and this time maybe hoping to change their fate as Silly. They somehow are still alive, still breathing, still kicking, 4 finishes. But what really matters is still they have all their players intact.
Agreed. I wish Nick. Oh no, the confirmation from EV7 stolen away by Noob. Well, the OMG, one of the first to lose their members. They had a decent amount of spread. We're down towards the final 18. They're going to be holding down the fort on those compounds. And they've taken so much space. As of yet, Silly Esports is still deciding, do they push this or do they not? But seems like they are getting pinned by 120 XTZ on top of the mountain. And again, another one. And this time it's going to be EV7 joining the third party. As 2 of this team is going to be pinning Silly on the north side. And fortunately for them, they can get the reset. But the zone, where will it shift? It seems to be shifting towards 120 XTZ. Right in the middle. And every single one has to push out onto this road.
Got such a wild spread, honestly, 120 TZ. As for Ancient V7 at this point, the fight almost is on the verge of a reset there. The last player of Silly almost about to get that revive back up. So they should be good to go, but 120 TZ, they stand ground already, being the gatekeepers. No ID, no entry. Says in as this young lad lobs another grenade.
Ooh.
Could make its mark and does in fact dish him out massive heap of damage there, but not enough I see to take him down.
Oh, well, seems to me you say it is not enough. The second nade will connect. And it seems like Silly gonna be a little awkward trouble. The circle comes in. Silly and EV7, they're stuck out in the open. 120 XTZ's got them all pinned. EV7 gets wiped out, but Silly still has 3. TZ's in, still looking for a pixel. Rapido's legs showing through the edges and he finds him. What a pixel shot from TZ's in. And now Silly gonna be running out open. They've got 3 men. It's gonna be a complete spray down from TZ's in. What a shot. What a catch. And now Kaliuji is also gonna be wiped up as well. OMG looks the third party in this fight.
Was a fish in the battle situation. Zin made so much out of that. But now his true test awaits as Welt OMG. They come chiming in, charging in. Kylo already done and dusted. But this young lad, Zin, he wants to make those magic happen. There you have it, Justy. One good grenade, and there you have it. Welt OMG, built different, and they're quite precise and accurate.
Well, Johnny and Justin with the nades. They get the confirmation, but it is Johnny that got the knock first. Now, even more nades. They've got 3 more, and maybe even 4. 103 XTZ in a little bit of trouble. Can they get a confirmation? It seems to me TZ's in. He's going to be able to regroup. They might get the reset. Johnny doesn't really know, but he's going to try and get a confirmation to double check this. And it's going to be good. As Jason also going to get knocked off as well. Johnny getting another pick from this fight.
Comedy of errors committed by the players of 120 TZ. Jackson should have really stepped out when he had his chance. And eventually now Fanta, the lonesome survivor, screaming, yearning for help, does have the players of MDN right in front of him, but RDX seems like I see he's out of meds at this point, but he's got to make do with whatever they have. But look at Welt OMG, really soaring high, 14 finishes already in their belt, and Johnny, he's got 8 already to his name. At this point, he's got more hunt, eventually get wiped out by Ayush.
What a run from Welt OMG. We are finally down to the final 3 teams. Welt OMG, MDN, and 120 XTZ. It is going to be a 3 versus 2 versus 1 situation. And Welt OMG is clearing every single angle from the north side. Look at the confidence coming from Welt OMG. But can they find the members rest? Look at this. MDN, they're all proned up. Phantom, he sees MDN, but he misses the shot. He gives the information away. MDN will be the top 2, but it's a 2 versus 3. And like you said, RDX does not have those meds. But Welt OMG, they don't really know this, but they have a rough idea where they are.
At this point, RDX, he refuses to bow down, no matter how severe the circumstances are. But Welt OMG, they make things look oh so easy. And if there were any lingering doubts around their qualification, seems like they will be making it to round 4 after this winner chicken dinner.
What a drive-by coming from Welt OMG to close things out with a winner-winner chicken dinner. It was all built in, but guess what? Welt OMG, we were doubting their strategies, and somehow they were able to secure the game. And it's not just one, it's 2 chicken dinners thus far from Welt OMG.
And that is exactly what baffles me. Do you see and look at how much of confidence they are exuding out of themselves? They knew exactly how to lock in. They went in for the slam. They got the player down, and it's just not happening in this game. This also did happen in Miramar. We saw that happen even in Erangel. And somewhere down the line, this is the signs of a very confident team. And OMG is exactly how we're reacting to their gameplay.
To be honest, in this group in particular, the grind teams are starting to set up. It feels like everyone is played in the palms of the grind teams. Wildfangs, 120 XTZ, and also Welt OMG completely toying with the lobby in just 3 games itself. And day 1 seems to be a blast for the grind teams.
And I think credit where credit is due, 120 TZ, they have been so consistent. But in that fight, I still was left wanting because, honestly speaking, Jackson could have done so much more. Because the moment Zen was knocked out, that was the perfect cue for him to bait his body out, where Jackson could have really gone a little bit proactive in that scenario. But avoiding to do that seems like... yeah, he needs to come back, but it's fine. Still a very good game.
Yeah, it's still a good game. It's still got more time. 3 games for them is done and dusted. They will have 3 more tomorrow, and hopefully they will be able to secure even more points. We know for a fact that during round 3, round 4, things get very, very intense, especially during round 3. If you do not make it the top 6, they pretty much get eliminated. So that's something that I think it's going to be worrisome, because if you make it to round 4, at least you have a second chance. If you do not qualify, you still have the wild cards to worry about. Of course, after the quarterfinals, you will be playing against the quarterfinal teams. It is going to get harder, but you will have time to make and fix your mistakes.
See, one thing for sure, we have our creme de la creme already panned out, at least from this group, because the matches for this day has been done, it's over. But then again, you need to understand that their real competition lies ahead, like you said. But still, I'm concerned about teams I was hoping would make a comeback. Silly Esports, once again, 2 games was really abysmal, finally decided to make a comeback in the 3rd game. They did manage to squeeze in a couple of points, but is it going to be enough to keep them in top 6? That is the question I see. But then Chaudhary Gaming, this is a team that you love and adore, of course, but they have been missing throughout the entire day.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about them, I see?
It feels like they have put themselves in a very difficult situation to play against the top teams, especially if they want to qualify the top 6. It is going to be very difficult considering that it is the halfway mark, right? So they've got 3 more games to go tomorrow. That's going to be a big problem. And I like that you actually brought up City Esports, because I talked about grind teams playing the palms with everyone. Silly, were they part of those grind teams, if you think about it?
They indeed were, because at this point, for Silly Esports, they found some respite in the game of Sanhok, but they messed up their Erangel and Miramar games big time. And everything really boils down to the fact that, it is a different roster under the same banner, completely revamped. So it's not the Silly that we have seen in the past. The current Silly now plays for Troiter Millions. Still so much to go. But now they were the ones who were carrying the beacon of hope, at least for the underdogs. And they have to do it once again in the realme BGIS.
Agreed. But as of yet, in this highlight, you can see Silly was one of those teams that made it top 6 as well. Welt OMG and also 120 XTZ were the ones that actually put an end to their fights. But Johnny, look at the aggression coming from Johnny. The confidence, the moment he knew that, hey, there's only 2 guys left, I'm going to take the UAZ, drive by, get the knock, and guess what? Casually flicks his way through and get that 1 HP guy, which we were talking about as well. He did not have mats, but the MVP is going to be undeniably Johnny coming from Welt OMG.
10 finishes, 827 points of damage. Goes on to show that how clinical, how cruel he was throughout the battlegrounds in this one at least. And he's been throughout the day. But when you take a look at the top 5 players, some usual suspects, you still have Zayn, you've got Seth, but Ayush making his mark along with Dead Player. So Dead Player is definitely one of those players we need to talk about, because he has been really amping up the show.
Yeah, I agree. Dead Player and also MDN, they were able to hold down. And I think Seth did really, really well in terms of trading players. But Sensei and Trey Scott felt a little bit too hungry, to be honest. I felt like a lot of times Seth was trying to pick things up, Trey Scott was trying to save the day for Sensei, but that fight against MDN was just pretty much the nail to the coffin towards their depths, the mice. Like, they got too aggressive, to be honest. But all things considered, let's take a look at the point standings overall. Welt OMG, their second chicken dinner for today, 27 points. I think they're pretty much guaranteed round 3 at this point.
They already are. Like I said, right, if there were any slightest of the doubts in our heads, I think that has been pretty much cleared. It's set in stone. They will be playing round 4. But MDN Esports, I think, a nice resurgence coming in from their side. Even for 120 TZ, they do not want those chicken dinners. They're fine with those third 4 points of finishes. And they are looking really good. This is, again, another team set to qualify along with Wildfangs. But Future Stars, this is a returning name.
Yep.
Legit Esports IC, they have been a returning name and they haven't played that well. When you take a look at the overall standings, that will be very well resonated.
Well, in this case, Team Future Stars is currently on 8th place with 13 points, whereas Welt OMG topping the charts here with 57. Wildfangs, no chicken dinners, 41 points. Eye for an Eye on 3rd place with 33 points. 120 XTZ on the 4th place with 31 points. These are the 4 heavy hitters of today out of 3 matches who's break past the 30 barrier, whereas the rest of the world, we have MDN Esports, Silly Esports, still trying to keep up to try and catch with the leaderboards right now. And the second half is where things get very, very difficult because, again, in round 3, we are looking for the top 6 teams to qualify in towards round number 4.
And, you know, that being said, all the matches of Group 1 for this day are finally over. So we have found out the top 4 teams that have dominated, but don't get me wrong, I see there's still chances for comebacks. Anybody from 9 to 16 can bounce back tomorrow.
Correct.
All you need is that one big game along with a few consistent more. So I don't think at this point teams should give up hope at this point. We do have some big expectations, at least from legit esports, at least those returning names coming in. But you know what? We did make some predictions before the start day began, and let's take a look at where we stand. And nobody had really gone for Welt OMG, so I guess I see you and we get to gloat a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely get to. And, you know, to be honest, I was the only one in our post-discussion that actually voted for Welt OMG. Everybody else was everybody else. But still, on screen, it wasn't official, but I'm still happy that I got both of mine correct. Wow, thanks, Welt OMG. Definitely to stand out here. Tryhard, well, we saw a little bit of glimpse, but unfortunately for Maisie, didn't really do too well. Silly, they're still in the top 4. So I would say it's still a win for everyone, except for Maisie. I think.
I do not know if it really intends on making the right predictions or it is usually otherwise.
See, that's the thing about Maisie, right? When Maisie gets correct, everybody is wrong. But when everyone gets correct, Maisie never gets it right.
Yeah, always wants to be different
unique
from the
one.
pack. A unique one. But that being put aside, you know, what we have really gathered from the first group is there were a couple of teams that really bought in the heat whilst the others were left wanting, which I feel is not going to be the case in the next group. We've got some big names, I see. I think this has to be one of those matches where we get to see Insane coming back into play. They have been a little rusty, but what are your thoughts so far on them?
To be honest, I'm excited to see whether or not can they do that later on. But before we talk into the next group here, I want you guys watching at home, here's a little bit of a PSA for you guys, which is round 4 dates are going to be changed here. For day 1 and day 2 is going to be played on the 11th and 12th March, and day 3 and 4 is going to be played on March 15 and 16. So there will be a 2-day gap in between those matches because of a holiday. In this case, I do not know what this holiday is. Can you tell me a little bit more?
Well, it's the Festival of Colors, Holi, and I'm pretty sure you will know when you come on the broadcast the day after Holi. When
so that means
I'll
have
all yellow, red,
pink, purple.
You're gonna enjoy that. Everybody does. So a lot going on. But yes, folks, this marks the end of the first group that we have. We still have one more group coming into play. We did find out who the underdogs were, who rised up. In this case, it was Welt OMG. We did have Wildfangs perform exceedingly well, living up to their name. But what happens next, we do not know. But everything happens after this short break.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay. We came here to slay. Temperatures hot.
Let's go. P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
भाई ये देख नया फोन.
इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप. उसके कट्स देख.
एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स. बकवास है.
अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा.
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है.
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है. क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार.
ग्लो आने वाला है. ड्रामा क्वीन. बकवास है. अच्छा तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये. जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो.
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट.
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है.
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे. नेक्स्ट शॉट. हेडशॉट. हेडशॉट.
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट. तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट. डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट. डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट.
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ. मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा. नूब नहीं हूँ.
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है.
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी. हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी.
TPP पे जा. FPP. TPP. FPP.
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ.
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा.
कौन? लूंड्री नासर. विनर विनर चिकन डिनर. कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 round 3 stages on the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12, joining me in Scriptcast. We are going to be taking you through the English commentary for today once more. We've had 3 amazing matches just now from Group 1, but we will be taking a pause from Group 1. They will be continuing their journey tomorrow. However, a brand new group comes up here, Crips. Group number 2. Yes. Are we going to be expecting the same back-to-back action from this previous 3 rounds here?
I don't know if we can expect back-to-back chicken dinners, but I definitely expect a lot of high-octane BGMI to be played. In fact, all the teams that we had quite a lot of expectations from lived up to them. Wildfang's going full finish hungry, then Velto MG. We expected them to perform well, but these guys overperformed, I would say. I mean, I knew they're a good team. I knew they're definitely top 5 material. I didn't think they were 2 back-to-back chicken dinners material.
Well, not back-to-back,
but
it's
like
2 chicken dinners in a single
2 chicken
day.
dinners. It's still very impressive.
Fair enough, but they were still part of the grind team. So I would say, in terms of grind teams, from Group 1 itself, they have pretty much delivered their results.
Yes.
They've actually achieved their, I would say, quote-unquote, KPI. But I'm curious to see what about Group 2 is going to be happening here, because I have a very interesting team that I want to talk about right now.
And that team is none other than Team Realme. They are the ones who made this tournament possible. They are the ones who are helping us find the next rising stars of Indian BGMI. And to thank them, you definitely should check out the Realme P3 Pro 5G. It's the most power-packed device for its price range. Priced at only 21,999, this thing will give you the most bang for your buck.
And of course, with the 6000 mAh Titan battery with advanced CPAC packaging technology, with one charge, you will pretty much get yourself 2 days worth of battery life. In this case, like for me, I tend to forget to charge my phone from time to time, so I will get it up, you know, like it's 1 day, it's fine, you know, it'll last me for 2 days.
Yeah.
That's something I would like.
I mean, I don't forget to charge my battery, but I do multitask a lot. Like,
Okay.
while I'm playing, I keep minimizing my game, sending DMs, sending WhatsApp messages, checking my company work group and everything. So I need all that power.
A
And
busy
you
man.
should. Yeah, quite, unfortunately, quite busy, man. So, yeah. So, getting back to this game now, these teams are going to be quite busy defending their positions.
Yep, speaking of the team here, on screen, Group 2, we have Team Insane, Altitude, Team VST, Aero Esports, Mysterious 4, Team Glitchy, Team Shockwave, and Last Hope.
Yes, out of these teams, I really expect Team Insane and Team VST to do really well. They have proven their worth in the grind, and obviously Team Insane has been notorious for creating some of the best rising stars in the country. In fact, they are known to be the talent powerhouse, producing the rising stars every now and then. Joining them will also be Torford Esports. I love that name, I see. I'll tell you the meaning of it later on. Incredible Esports, ELS Officials, Team Weibo, we have Conqueror of Shooters, Imparable Esports, Aravos Esports, and last but not least, Team Supreme.
Now, when we talk about these teams in the second half here, obviously we will have to talk about teams like Team Torford Esports. Like you said, you've talked about it. You're really a big fan of it. Tell me more about this team, because I know for a fact that during the first half, teams like Teams Insane, Team Altitude, Team VST are going to be the names that really stand out. But I don't know if they do hit that same impact. So I'm curious to see if all the casters have a specific team in mind. And now on screen, for the casters' prediction, me and you, we are siding on VST, even though you like Team Insane. What's going on right here?
So Team Insane is one of those teams which has been producing a lot of stars. I mean, people start off in Team Insane and then they go off into many other teams, into tier 1 teams, and make their mark. So you, obviously you're with me with Team VST, but Fixes and Raider have gone for Team Insane. On the Hindi desk, Mezi, Insane and TTRXD, all of them have chosen some incredibly new names. So yeah, these guys are taking a massive risk while predicting this.
Interesting enough, Insane actually went for Aravos Esports, and for Maisie, he actually went for Mysterious 4. So I'm curious to see what is happening as well. Even Shockwave was actually brought out as well. It seems like in this group as well, it seems to be a little bit more split in terms of decisions coming from casters' prediction to make it into the top 6, maybe even the top 8 by the end of today. So early on, Group 1, majority of us got correct. Majority of us.
Yes.
I feel like this time, half of us is not going to get it correct.
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly blame them. Maisie, Insane, these guys have chosen some incredibly new names. So kudos to them for taking a risk. They're trying to vouch for these teams. And it's about time we start, you know, empowering all these undergod teams and raising them up to the superstar level.
Agreed. And I'm curious to see if VST is going to be able to do that here, because during their grind stages, they were the top #1 team of that group is respectively. Can they continue to do so? It's going to be my question. Obviously, both of us voted for VST, but what about you guys? Because I know you guys are excited to see their first match, because this is Sanhok.
You guys are watching the realme BGIS 2025 Round 3. We witnessed 3 incredible games from Group 1, and now it's time to bring in Group 2. All of these teams are going to be flying over Sanhok to begin their matches. The plane, it's going to go from Camp Bravo all the way to Camp Alpha. Basically, a nice horizontal flight path, slightly skewed towards the north, but it doesn't leave the rest of the areas of the map inaccessible.
You know, it's interesting to see that this is by far the most balanced flight path considering how Group 1
Yes.
went. I would say it's not super imbalanced, but it's still decent for most of the majority of the teams to head towards north side, head towards south side as well. We did see a lot of teams kind of stray away from Tatmok Khao and Mong Nai just because it's so towards the north side. But looks like Mysterious 4, they are going to be going towards Mong Nai, so not a little bit of a big problem. But VST expecting a little bit of company here right in boot camp.
Yep. Early fights in boot camp. You have Team VST, one of the title contenders. They are up against Team ELS. Let's see how they fare. The nade misses its mark. Otherwise, Shiraj would have been down on his knees already. But it's quite a bit of a split approach from the likes of Team ELS. Emperor, one of the first people to go down, will be secured as well. And that's 2 massive finishes for Team VST. But Prateek bites the dust. Big Z, he's trying to pre-fire across the corner, but the movement on his opponent is too good. The pre-firing doesn't connect, and both of them just pepper him down. It's all down to Lee. Can he bring his Kung Fu skills into this game? No is the answer. And VST take no losses and they get the first squad wipe within a matter of seconds, I see.
Guys, let me tell you guys how disgusting Team VST just completely annihilated Team ELS. They had 2 weapon slots, each with at least 30 max. Each and every single player from VST took turns to juggle those bullets. 30 bullets first mag, swap, continue with the pressure before picking. So it wasn't just a dry pick, it was a full head-on Rambo Armageddon kind of situation. Just go brah, every single angle until they wiped ELS. So that was some insane decision, but they needed to do that in order to wrap out those fights, to clean out so they can get out of bootcamp. So I would say this is a big dub coming from VST. Well, nicely done coming from them.
Yeah, really nice. And I see a potential clash happening once again. This time, another grind team duking it out near Painan. But we have yet one more fight. So there's 3 potential fights breaking out at the same time. You have Team INC going up against AE. And this battle in the military camps can be devastating. That nade is brutal. Many down on his knees. Ryzen accidentally blows up his own teammate Viper. So this could be a massive mistake. But hopefully they will get to recover from this one. It's still a 2v3, I see.
Well, Incredible was able to somehow make the reset coming in, 4 versus 2, but the knock comes in, Shalty finds one, and that's going to be another one as well. And just like that, Arrow Esports, they were able to turn the tides, but guess what? He's all by himself now. He doesn't have his shotgun available, but he will be able to scare out the members here. But the flank comes in, and this is going to be very good from Incredible Esports. They lose 1 player, which is Ryzen, but they do get themselves 4 finishes as well. So early drop clashes here in Group 2 compared to Group 1.
Yeah, quite a lot of early drop clashes over here. We have a potential 3rd drop clash also brewing up in Painan, which could spark any second. But for now, we have Team VST who got a squad wipe in boot camp. And over here, we see Team Incredible also getting yet another squad wipe. Within just 4 minutes of this game, I see 2 teams are already out of this. And now we might have a 3rd one. Insane, bridging the gap, crossing the river, and they're going to be knocking on the doors of Imparable Esports.
Seeing Imparable right now, Frieza is not making any sort of steps. Insane is just checking every single corner, but here comes the pig, and the rush comes through, and he finds 2 Frieza! With the S12K, he was able to find 2, and now Insane is gotta be scratching their brains because that insane play coming from Frieza just completely smacked them in the head, and now Harsh also gonna be traded off as well. Yash, pretty much the last man standing, is across the bridge. Doesn't seem to be able to help his teammates, but Insane in one fell swoop just loses 3 members, and right from the get-go, only 1 player remained. Not a great start for Team Insane.
Absolutely not. This team is touted to be one of the best teams in India. They are supposed to be the talent house because there's a lot of players who started their journey in Team Insane and then went on to become superstars in the Tier 1 circuit of Indian BGMI. Right now, Skips and Darklaw, 2 of the most prominent players of their teams, already down and buried. So Yash, who was supposed to provide long-range cover fire, never really found angles onto Imparable Esports, and hence he was basically unable to contribute. The early finish that he managed to get very early on has been rendered useless, so now he will just have to live out the rest of his days solo. Meanwhile, even M4 in a bit of trouble. After winning that team fight, Team Incredibles, they find yet another prey. They are up at their 5th finish, so they're padding up their stats.
Exactly, they're just about to leave, and surprise, surprise, they actually find remnants of Mysterious 4, who's kind of spread out. And apparently they haven't exactly made their move yet, and because of this, Incredible Esports is going to be able to find a very, very easy pick. With that being said, 5 finishes, Incredible Esports, and an incredible start. But unfortunately to say, they are still one of the furthest away from the zone. They're still outside the zone. And in front of them is going to be Mysterious 4, going to be blocking them later on towards the west side. But on the contrary, on screen right now, whoever is in the center, in this case, the northern section of the zone, is going to be on the bridge side near Hatin.
Yeah. Most of Team Glitch is near Hatin or inside it, but one of their players, Lucifer, is awfully close to Team SW. And this could be an early elimination from them if Team Shockwave spot out Lucifer. Currently on the low ground, he's going to swim to safety. But with that spotting, They know for a fact that Team Glitchy will eventually try to rotate on towards the main island, so Team Shockwave will set up a camp around this bridge.
Speaking of this camp, Shockwave, they do have the compound, but they have no visuals on the bridge, except for one guy in this case. They do scout out a couple players, but here comes Spray on the buggy. Glitchy still thinking if they should be pushing this. It's going to be a little bit of U-turn to try to reset under the bridge, but Glitchy seems like they've heard the noise, and they are going to back off and try to push from the north side instead. Jexy going to be able to get out safety for now. But on the finish feed, we do see a couple of fights as well. TFE going up against TFE. Well, in this case, who are they going up against?
They are going up
They actually
against...
picked up one player.
Yeah. They're going up against TW, who I believe is Team Weibo. So it's Thor4 Esports versus Team Weibo, and they've already secured one finish. I think this is a good time to talk about the circle, because while all of these teams are busy fighting each other, Team Weibo is just on the outskirts of the circle, and Team Thor4 might just be able to gatekeep them. Of course, they can always go around and avoid that entire area, but if Team Weibo don't hurry up, then you also have Team Alt who are trying to come in from below them, and they could end up in a very awkward sandwich. Team Altitude, they might just take the high ground and pincer down Team Weibo here.
Ooh, southeast seems to be a big problem, but the big migration is going to be kicking in. Most of them do have a lot of vehicles. They are going to be trying to get the center compound. Like you said as well, Shockwave is already on the western side near the bridge. But VST, look at the spread from VST. Bootcamp, shorelines, and also the compound north of Bootcamp. A pretty big spread, but they do see all these movements and information that's rotating past them. So this is a good split, but I'm surprised no one has decided to contest them yet.
Yeah. For now, Team Supremes, they also have a nice compound for themselves, and as the circle currently lies between the Camp Alpha Island and the main island, I think one of the best teams over here could be Team Shockwaves and Team Glitchy, because they are on the edges of both those islands, right? So they will encounter a lot of traffic. Meanwhile, you have Team Altitude, who have just landed next to M4, and Mysterious 4 already lost one of their players, so they are already at a disadvantage. Grind, burning alive. He might just be barbecued over here, trying to out-heal the flames. He survives by just 1 HP, a pixel of health.
Oh, but at the same time, what good does that do? He doesn't have first aid. He's stuck there and out. He's going to lob one perfect nade. Any chip damage, he's done for. Grind, he's going to try to survive this, and that's going to be the knock coming from Gods. Altitude finds a very easy pick. Mysterious 4 is going to be completely picked apart here. Grind team or no, seems like every team from the grind stages are struggling, and Fragger cannot do anything to save their fight, but they do have visuals on Cloud with those vehicle push.
Fragger and Hero are separated from each other, so while there's no trading potential, they do have the ability to pincer Team Altitude in a little bit of a crossfire. Of course, they have to hold their ground. Survival over here matters more than getting finishes. They already lost one of their players very early on to Team Incredibles, and then they lost one to Team Altitude. If this just keeps on, they will get picked off by many other teams. Right now, Team Altitude have no idea where the rest of Mysterious 4 are. So they're going to continue going on to the nearby houses. And now Hero reveals his position. But he will have to be the hero in this situation, because Altitude, being the villains, are closing in on him. Cloud's trying to pincer him with the window. He switches compounds very quickly. Has this been heard by Team Altitude? They might just try and knock him down with the grenades, but for now, he's got just enough breathing room. He has to make it count, I see.
Yeah, he's gotten the attention of the full squad as well. He needs Fragger to provide assistance. Hero all by himself, but as soon as I say this, Fragger get the knock on Atom. Hero still trying to fight for his dear life. Can he buy a little bit more time? And with that being said, Hero says, you know what, we may have gotten one knock, but I don't think they commit to this fight as well. 5 more seconds left, the zone is about to shrink. They have to make the play. What do? Flush Hero or back off?
They both are split apart, and at this point, Altitude have figured it out that these guys have no trading potential. It's time to isolate and exterminate. Hero getting full sent in by Clouds and Lazy, but the jump shot connects. Gods finds Fragger, and his teammate has also been taken down. Lazy pumps Hero's guts full of lead. Yes, they do have 2 of their teammates down on their knees, but this should be an easy reset for Team Altitude. There's no third-party situation for them. They're quite safe.
Well, you say that. As soon as you say that, it seems like they are smoking up. Glitchy is going to be pushing from the north side to maybe potentially scout out the information, so they might not be in the clear yet. Meanwhile, east side COS is going to be holding Paradise. TW going to be on the southeast corner. VST barely making it from the south side. They're still holding towards the outskirts of bootcamp. Seems like they do want to try and cut out and thin out the herd before they actually make a play. So nothing super crazy yet. Meanwhile, to the west side, Team Insane Yash making a big swing out hard tin to try and potentially swim his way across to the zone. Not exactly the best idea. But as of that, there's only so much he can do. AE is still on the hunt, so Yash in a lot of heat right now.
Yeah, Yash will have to hide and bide his time. Hopefully get himself into at least the top 4 or top 5 so that he can salvage some finish points for his team. Aravos Esports, for now unaware about his position, are still going to do their due diligence and clear up all possible angles because they know that this is going to be a big rotation point for most of these teams and they don't want any sneaky people trying to take them down. For now, Aravos Esports, fine, but they're going to have to tread very carefully as they cross this bridge because both teams, Shockwave and Glitchy, are looking in that general direction.
Now, on screen, thought for the esports. Going to be expecting a little bit of company. Did you hear a couple of gunshots in? VST, one of the first teams that had one of the earliest run in bootcamp, cleared one of the fastest teams in the lobby.
Yeah.
And as of yet, they are in a situation where they are going to be gatekeeping TFE.
Yeah.
They're still unsure if VST is prepared for them. The only one that has some sort of angle is going to be Yadnesh outside, whereas the rest of VST is going to be in the compound, but as you can see, Yadnesh is slowly crawling away. He is going to be expecting some sort of company, but we have to put that on hold right now. On screen, we do see COS going up against the IMP.
Yep, COS going up against IMP as Magneto is trying to lob the nade inside. He's got the angle onto Frieza, but the nade doesn't connect. So at least the main hall room has been cleared out. Nyx, trapped by the flames, has to somehow find an opportunity to get out of there.
Speaking of this, zone is about to close in as well. It's all about waiting for those timings. Magneto once again will be checking it slowly, but he is going to be a little bit flush, but he gets the knock-in.
And that's going to be the cue for COS to send it full in. Gyro God down towards the corner of this house, and now Frieza is in a lot of danger, taking quite a lot of chip damage from that nade. He is still surviving by going from room to room. Meanwhile, we're going to take a look back at VST versus Thor 4 Esports, where Prateek seems to be in quite a lot of hot water. He's got the nade primed, he sees his opponent right next to him, and as he goes down, he will at least do the job for his team, finish them up with the nade.
Oh my goodness, they've got the confirmation, but fortunately for them, they are right at the edge of the zone. They're going to try and go for a reset. It is stage 4, but as of yet, hopefully they're going to be A-okay, but the fight inside the compound once more will continue. Imperable Esports still looking for that run, but eventually through the smoke, the pump comes in, and Conqueror of Shooters was able to wipe them out.
Team Imparable currently down and out. They managed to get 2 finishes from Team Insane and 1 finish from COS. Actually, no, not from COS. That was a completely different team which they might have picked early on. But for now, they're out of this game. Meanwhile, Team VST, also surviving by the skin of their teeth, have managed to go for a full reset. So both these teams are quite safe. Conqueror of Shooters, 3 points in the bag.
Speaking of 3 points right now, 11 teams. Seems like VST were able to get themselves 8 finishes. Insane. Well, Yash.
Still going strong.
He's able to sneak past from the north side. He's just prodding his way through. It's him against the wall. They were one of the first teams that lost a couple players.
Yeah.
It's all up to Yash to make those kind of setups, but fortunately to say, Glitchy is still spread out. They don't see him, but eventually Hitler will see him. I don't think he realizes, well, he's just checking every single corner.
Yeah.
Goodness, what a play. But from the south side, VST still outside the zone. They got the reset in. And little did they know, in front of them is going to be taking some serious heavy fires by SP. In this case, SP, Team Supremes, inside the front of the compound. VST heard those gunshots. They are going to rotate from the east side instead. There's just too many gunshots. They have to tank out the zone and try to reposition from the north side instead.
Yeah, they would much rather tank the blue zone damage than take the gunshots from their opponent. So that should be a safe enough rotation for VST. Unfortunately, that can't be said for Conqueror of Shooters as they've run head on into Team Last Hope. busy, pinned down against the tree. Rapid will tank a bit of blue zone damage just to finish him off, but his teammates are quite split from him, so another angle will result in his loss.
Speaking of the fight, Rapid, he sees a little bit pixel. Wixie, he's tanking the zone. Rapid needs to heal himself up as well. This is stage 5 zone. It's a little bit too painful. Can he get out of safety? Yes, he will, but VST, they will also bow out. They get themselves another finishers just now, but eventually the circle was too painful and they had to push in, and Incredible Esports was able to stop them. But despite the stop, Viper taking some serious damage as well. He's all by himself. The rest of Incredible Esports were wiped out with this clash with VST.
Yeah, that's the cost of going frag hungry. 7 finishes for Team Incredible Esports. But if you want to be an incredible player, you must get yourself a realme P3 Pro 5G, which has the segment's most stable 90 FPS gameplay, sure to get you quite a lot of finishes in a high-tier lobby.
Oh boy, look at Viper right now. He's rotating right into Yash. He's outside the zone, and I don't think he sees Yash, but
So
Yash is
1v1.
still prone. I don't think he sees him. And here comes the spray, comes in, finally reveals his position. Yash finds the finish, but because of this pick, he gave his position away to Glitchy, and he's going to be running out and open as well. The zone comes in. Will he be okay? Lucifer might be holding in the angles. It's right in the tree. It's going to be pixel perfect,
Oh, no.
Yash. He's going to bleed out the zone. Oh my goodness, he's still surviving. Lucifer finally spots him, but he needs to heal up, but he's not going to be able to do so. Lucifer debating if he should pick this or not, but eventually Yash will bleed out to the zone. Insane will bow out and 7th place.
Had to cancel his first aid twice, so that's a bit of a questionable decision, but at least it's better than giving away your frag to Team Glitchy. Now that they see that all the players who were outside of the zone have been wiped out, they focus their attention back ahead inside the zone. Team Glitchy have one of the best spread out near that tiny lake just south of Cow. But you also have Team Altitude in the center of the zone. Aravos Esports trying to fight their way inside the zone, being gate-kept by Shockwave. They've been holding onto this compound for a very long time, and they'll be rewarded for their patience. They will be able to wipe out Aravos Esports.
We're down towards the final 5 team. Team Glitchy, Conquerors of the North. Guess what? They've got the biggest amount of space. They heard all these gunshots. Shockwave on the southwest corner. We have Altitude on the northeast. And Supremes on the southeast.
Oh, Last Hope clashing head on into SP. This could be a dangerous battle. Venom already bites the dust, courtesy of the STLQ. Twist puts down the Molotovs so that his teammates can at least go around the other side, but he's gonna have to hold on by himself. The nade could be perfect. Sonic manages to put the first aid kit just in time and tanks the damage of that nade. Twist has to go all the way around the corner, but Lazy, he gets a double finish, and Last Hope have been wiped out. Team Supreme, they lose only 1 player in the process, but they have enough time to reset. No, they don't. Ashu will be finished off before he can get to safety.
Oh my goodness, Jester with that nade. He was able to hold down the fort, but like I said as well, Altitude, favorite third party it is, and now Clouds is going to try to miss the angle, but he missed the first shot. Oh my goodness, he could have gotten an easy pick, but lucky for Twist, he's going to be A-okay, but it's not out in the woods yet. They're still outside the zone. Clouds looking for a couple easy picks. Gesture will be found out. That's going to be the pick from Altitude once more. 6 finishes in the bag for Altitude.
Yeah,
3 for Gods.
They're playing spoil sports for every team. Altitude almost wiped out. Team Supreme, Twist with 1 pixel worth of HP left will also fall to Altitude as they are getting fed all of these finishes.
Final 3 team. Altitude, Glitch, as well as SWE. In this case, Shockwave. They were in the Conquerors of the North, the compound for the longest of time, from start to end. And it's every single team dodging them. And with this final 3 team, SW has got to be the hardest team to push up right now if you do not have those vehicles to fight with.
Yeah, SWE will have to abandon their compound and roll down the hill. Altitude, on the other hand, they can still play on the periphery of their compound. The border wall is still in the zone. But Madman, like an absolute madman, has pushed right into the neighborhood of Team Glitchy. Nades primed, pins pulled, and the shrapnel goes all over the place as the rest of the Shockwave esports also arrive on scene. But Glitchy have been somewhat successful in repelling them away. Madman and Shockwave, surviving by the skin of their teeth, will be peppered down by a bunch of Molotovs, and Jexy finally gets the knock onto Madman.
Glitchy, they've got the knock, and guess what? They found another one as well across the road. They're all stuck. They're all completely shut down. SWE, they made the first move, and now they're stuck circle out in open. Shockwave, pretty much the only one left alive, and they know exactly where he is. And Nate comes in, he clips him by a bit. But while this is happening, guess what? From the sides, Altitude is going to try and third party this. They do have the advantages. Will they be able to find a pit? But Glitchy, they are going to go for the push. Shockwave gets the knock on Xenon. He will get taken out, but it is going to be a 3 versus 2 now. In this case, maybe a 3 versus 3. They're going to be all out in the open. Jexy getting picked off by Altitude.
Cloud's trying to gain the high ground, and he's got
what
the
a shot.
angles onto both of them. Lovely flank, lovely finish. Team Altitude take the high ground. They live up to their name, and they spray everybody down, getting the first chicken dinner of Group 2.
Team Altitude, one of the top contenders from round 2 in terms of overall stats, kicks things off with the winner chicken dinner for their debut match here in Group 2. What a performance coming from Altitude, man. The timings, the decision makings has been really, really spot on. And interesting enough, here are some stats for you guys. I'm going to look through this paper a little bit here. Altitude, they had 25 position points, but 44 finish points from round 2.
That's very impressive. I mean, especially when you are trying to take down Shockwave Esports, who've been holding on to that compound for so long. Shockwave were in prime position to get all possible finishes, as a lot of teams were trying to cross that area, right? They were basically the interceptors of the entire group in the entire lobby. And yet, the moment Shockwave tried to leave their compound and get outside, Altitude take the timing and they take the fight to their opponents.
Agreed. And all things considered, everyone was just doing their own things, right? Seems like this circle was so unfavorable with some of the teams. Even teams like VST struggled the most. They were getting pickoffs, but they just don't have enough time or utilities to push past the zone. And the thing about Sanhok when it comes to Stage 3, Stage 4, Stage 1, big... okay, I would say Stage 1 was decent circle. Stage 2, big shrink. Stage 3, big shrink. And during in between Stage 2 and Stage 3, a lot of teams have two choices. Commit early circle rotations or rotate around. And all these decisions, which, let's say if you had a running with this team, that's team 1. Oh, you have to reposition, reset, that's going to be like 30-40 seconds wasted. Second team, 30-40 seconds wasted. Third team, 30 seconds, 40 seconds wasted. 30 to 40, right? That's pretty much Stage 3, Stage 4, gone. Outside of those Stage 4, it's very, very toxic for Sanhok.
Exactly, and you don't even have enough time to reset and recover all the HP you lost in the zone. Plus, on top of that, the teams who have already positioned themselves inside are trying to shoot you down. In fact, there's so many teams this time who, instead of fighting each other, fighting for the more favorable spots, were just trying to get free finishes onto everybody who was rotating late. And there were quite a lot of late rotations in this game.
Yep, and at the same time, when it comes to this situation, right, like if we were to compare Miramar and Ergil, Stage 3, Stage 4, it's still acceptable. Just because you have a little bit more space to work with. Yes, there is still a lot of teams, but the tendency of resetting the fights or maybe colliding towards fights and rotating around, at least one team 30-40, second team 30-40, that's about 1 minute each. It's fine. You will find some way to reset. But for Sanhok, 3, 4, 5 teams, it's a little bit unlikely, especially how small the map is and the circle during Stage 3, Stage 4 compared to Ergil and Miramar. So I would say this is a good lesson and a good example for some teams to kind of pick things, little things here, while they plan their rotations into later matches.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams had to decide either between rotating on time or fighting their lives out. Let's take a look at some of these more incredible fights in these highlights. And speaking of incredible, they are one of the first clips to be played over here. Yash lost most of his teammates very early on, but he was at least able to finish off the last member of Team Incredibles before he also succumbed to the zone.
Yeah, agreed. And Glitchy, obviously, they had the north section completely dominated, right? Like, there was not a lot of northern teams on the north side, and the only few teams here that actually somewhat rotated from the south side is Altitude. Altitude was one of the ones that actually picked people apart really, really wisely, and they chose their fights very, very smartly, which resulted in them just taking out the competition. Glitchy was a little bit glitchy in sense of when they pushed down for this fight against Shockwave and lost one of the members, that pretty much gave the indicator for Altitude to say, like, guys, they are one-man knock. Either of these teams, this is the perfect time to third party, and because of this huge flank from Cloud, just completely taking them out, this gave them that opportunity to clutch the chicken dinner. So well done to them. And of course, let's talk about the MVP here. It's got to be Gods from altitude.
Yeah, he first started out with picking off individual stragglers and then moved on to helping his team secure the chicken dinner. 4 finishes for this young lad, 2 assists as well. And as we take a look at the top 5 players, 3 out of the top 5 players belong to Team Altitude.
Yep, everyone was doing the right things, right? Gods, Clouds, and Lazy was just doing the right things as a team. But joining them is also going to be members coming from BSD. Beast and Pratik did really well during the early fights in bootcamp and also to later stage of the game, which wasn't on camera. But considering the fact that they were gatekeeping the southeast corner, they had at least 4 to 5 different teams run in before actually bowing down to Incredible. But even though they lost to Incredible, they still took 2 players from Incredible.
Yeah, and that's just incredible indeed. I feel like we're going to be using this word quite a lot. Let's take a look at the point standings as Altitude with 20 points lead the chart, 10 positions and 10 finishes. Team Glitchy close behind them, 7 finishes to their name. But after that, Shockwave, VST, Last Hope, all of them are incredibly close to each other, separated by 1 point only. Same goes for Team Supreme and Incredible Esports. So basically, everybody from the 3rd place to the 7th place, they are neck to neck.
Yeah, and that pretty much is kind of similar to how Group 1 is, right? Get 1 big chicken dinner and you're going to be set for now, but it comes down to consistency. However, when it comes to the second half here, Weibo getting 3, Conqueror of Shooters 3, 2, 2, 1. It seems like today's games, sorry, not today's game, this game itself, most of the teams are pretty spread out even in terms of overall points. So I wouldn't be too worried about a potential comeback, and of course, it is Sanhok, right? So expect the unexpected. There's no proper plan. It's all about just trusting your teammates, all about firepower. I want to see how they play when it comes to a tactical map like Miramar and Erangel.
Yeah, we do have 2 maps remaining for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Up next is going to be Miramar, and soon after that we will see Erangel. Of course, the last Miramar game was quite well spread out. We saw a lot of these teams only go for the fights when they needed to get inside the zone, when they needed to get a compound for themselves. But apart from that, all we saw were long-range pot shots and some long-range knocks. Will we see much more carnage in Miramar this time, or will it be a more of a tactical game? We'll find out shortly after this break.
Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay. Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Let's go!
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे?
प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आता है।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Welcome back to realme BGIS 2025. You guys are watching round 3. We've had some incredible games of Group 1 today, Fixes, but the first game of Group 2 was also a bit of a banger, wouldn't you agree?
It was a bit of a surprise for me, to be honest, because looking at Team Altitude, looking at Team Glitchy, all these new names and leaving their mark, surely did not expect that. Whilst you've got the likes of VST, Insane, where they need a hero, I think we are finally going to get surprised.
Yeah, I mean, Insane losing out 3 of their members against a team which nobody has heard of before, that was surprising to me. I thought that when they crossed over that bridge of Painan, they would absolutely destroy their opposition, but poor Yash had to just go rat around the game by himself.
I think the big problem with Insane is they need their IGL back, who apparently has just gotten married. So, Adi, if you can hear us out, get back to the battlegrounds ASAP. I know you want to enjoy your sweet time, but I think this time Insane is starting to bleed, and this is not looking good for them. I believe right now Dark Lord is the IGL. They've got Harsh and Scapes back into the mix. They've got Yash. He made the most out of the situation, but it does not have to boil down to it. If you have this device, my friends, you need to get the realme B3 Pro. So it sort of enhances your game. It has got that 90 Hz, stable FPS, and a lot more. For the Gen Z kids out there, you've got the glow-in-the-dark feature that you would absolutely adore.
Yep, and it also has an instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz. So that, coupled with the segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay, it is a dream device, and it's only priced at 21,999. So what are you waiting for? Go to Flipkart and check this device out.
And yeah, let's not forget the 6000 mAh massive, humongous Titan battery, right? Charge it once and forget it for the next 2 days. Keep on gaming, do whatever on earth you want. But getting back to business, so this was a little bit of a starker revelation, at least for the known names, but a gentle breath of fresh air for the rather newer names on the block. But it's still a game of Sanhok. Miramar and Erangel hold a different story altogether. This is where the known names tend to thrive, and I hope that happens. They need to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, one of the known names, VST, they showed us exactly why they are to be feared, why they are to be remembered, because they wiped out their initial skirmish in a matter of seconds. That bootcamp battle was over before we could even get our breath in.
But again, for VST, the concerns are still there. It has always been a performance which is sort of dicey. It's sort of a mixed bag. In grind, they were going all out, all guns blazing, 5 chicken dinners. Suddenly in the previous round, they were kind of found a little missing. So we need a little bit of that more of consistency coming out of them. Let's hope Erangel or Miramar is the map where they bounce back.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, the next game is going to be Miramar. We're going to be taking off over the desert in just a few seconds. The second match for round 3, Group 2, has begun. This is the realme BGIS 2025, and we've just witnessed an incredible game of Sanhok before this. Now we're heading off into Miramar. The plane kinda has a fair flight path, Fixes, starting all the way from Partona, going towards La Cobreria. I would say almost all of the map is accessible, almost.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something that teams will receive with their arms wide open. No more of those early fights. If they want to avoid, they certainly have a lot of other avenues. But again, so many of those newer names coming in, so that mystery still lingers around. We would be anticipating some friction around San Martin, maybe around Los Leones, or maybe around Hacienda del Patron. But yes, we are open to get surprised. We want to see some early fights. That has been the case in a lot of those previous games. But you could see Conquerors of Shooters already making the move. And I believe, Crips, they have got enemies around them.
Quite a lot of enemies. COS, they are gonna be into an early fight as Satyam shanks steady, and that is going to be the first finish of the game. No guns required, just stab your opponents, and that's how you make an impact.
Of course, Thor 4 Esports pretty much living up to their name, quite literally. And this is where the RNG really sets in. Who knows who gets the first gun, or if it does not even resort down to that, you have those melee weapons to work your way around as Magneto needs to channel some of his powers. Does have a slight idea, Crips, that yeah, two of the players around the garage does have that UMP to work things around with, but still, one of the woods takes his chance, gets that knock. Beautiful. Satyam Jot does not have the best of HP, almost of the verge of being taken down. But Kollu Dog and Neek, they want to provide some assistance. This is getting interesting.
This is getting really interesting indeed. Rao has no backup whatsoever. Satyam Jot can't make that crossing because it's quite in the open. Yeah, no smokes, barely any heals. Yeah, either Guludog or Nick will have to make a move and get that frag onto Magneto. If not the frag, at least push him away from that vantage point. And they don't know this yet, but the rest of Conqueror of Shooters have also gone for a massive split. The nade comes soaring in, flying right by there.
Oh,
just misses them. But there's still quite a lot of danger lurking in the shadows. Vizzy has taken a right side flank, has the high ground, and he should be able to get the knock onto Satyam Jor once again. Plus, Demon is going on the left. So these guys have spread out quite a lot, Fixes.
Smart play coming in from Thor 4 Esports as Rao just gave away that one smoke and enough to keep them alive, enough to still have them breathing. But like you said, Conqueror of Shooters, they've got so much of that angle covered already. And for Thor 4 Esports, especially Nick and Gullu Dog, they have left us wanting for so much more. They should have provided those perfect cover fires, should have looked for more opportunities as Magneto still shells down, and this time he's going to get those confirmation for himself. So Conqueror of Shooters seems like they're in a bit of a pickle, or rather, in a heap of trouble.
In a heap of trouble indeed. They lost Teddy very early on to a melee weapon, but they're gonna more than make up for it. Nick is in a position to revive the two of his fallen comrades, but Vizzy has a nice flank. Demon tries to cross that gap, but Guludog will spray him down with the M249. Vizzy also makes it across, so now he's locked in a 1v1. Make it 1v2 as Nick manages to get one more finish. Gets Magneto down. Pre-fire from Vizzy comes through, and he should finally be able to settle the dust. And when the dust settles, only Conqueror of Shooters are left standing.
Somehow they got away with robbery at this point. Honestly speaking, Conqueror of Shooters, this came down to the wire, didn't it? Because at this situation, it felt like Conqueror of Shooters had so much going in for them. Yet, it came down to the last player, Magneto. Still did get the last lap, 3 finishes for him. He was busy securing that final finish, and Conqueror of Shooters live to fight for another day. But when we take a look at Circle, slightly inclined towards the east, somewhere centered around Truck Stop or Graveyard. And we have those rare occurrences where we see the Circle really going towards Truck Stop. Got so many covers to play around with. It's going to be a tricky approach. It seems like Team M4 have themselves solidified there already. So a quick replay of what went down there, or how it boiled out. And yeah, Satyam, he was a brave man, but for Thor 4 Esports, it was slightly unlucky.
Yeah, nice replay. Thanks to our observers for catching that action. I mean, I was wondering what happened over there, because it surely wasn't a melee-on-melee fight, right? One of them had the weapons, but the movement on that guy was just so good. Forces him to miss his entire clip, almost his entire clip, and then shanks him. And that's how you not just get the finisher, but you also strike some fear into the hearts of your opponents.
And just to sum it up, it feels good, Grips.
Yes, feels incredibly good when you bring a knife to a gunfight and you still win the battle. It just shows that you can hard diff the other player, show how supreme you are. And if you want to prove your supremacy, get yourself the best device on the block. Get yourself the realme P3 Pro 5G, priced at only 21,999. It has the best in the segment, 90 FPS display, 90 FPS performance, and an instantaneous sampling rate of 2,500 Hertz. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and grab yourself a realme P3 Pro 5G from Flipkart.
Of course, a lot of people watching us on this broadcast are esport fanatics. So this is where the GT Boost feature also comes into play. Just amps up the entire performance of already that stacked up Snapdragon 7's Gen 3s, just so to make the best out of the device and ensure you've got a seamless gameplay going on. But Team Insane, still dark clouds over them. Really need to make a comeback inside this matchup. We know Skips and Harsh, they've been such a deadly duo just before one of them parted ways, joined Team Soul, and then now he's back. So yeah, he's been having a sweet time around, but Team Insane, they are in real muddy waters, and nothing less than a chicken dinner should be enough to redeem themselves. And Insane, they've got a good track record in Miramar actually, but that did come up with Adi being their IGL and not Dark Lord.
Yeah, but with Adi absent, since he's enjoying his marriage days, these guys will have to make do without him. Meanwhile, as they make their way into the zone, we might just see another fight brew on the horizon, and that is going to be TW versus SP. Now, while there's quite a lot of distance between these two teams, Team Supremes will probably have to find a knock long range before they can full send it in. In fact, now that TW have retreated to a safe compound quite far away, I don't believe these two teams will even try to full send it on each other.
What I feel, Crips, is all these teams are finally starting to get conditioned to the new zones.
Yeah.
You could see all of these teams, one of them being VSD, you've got Team Supremes. They're not right at the center, but just a little around that central area. They know that there is going to be that hard shift, and this is what I was talking about. So it sort of opens up your avenue for rotation, and this one completely going towards the east has thrown so many teams off, because you could see a horde of teams that will decide to just pour in the next couple of minutes as the entire eastern vicinity is up for grabs. So this gives even the likes of Team INC to make a quick rotation and find themselves a sweet spot, maybe somewhere around the Chocolate Mountains. But let's see how these teams play the circle out.
Currently, you have Team VST just entered the zone. Beast has already secured a nice compound for them, so Yandesh can just join them later on. But the entire western periphery fixes might just be overpopulated. While you have Team ELS on the edge of the zone and M4 as well, they will be facing a lot of teams who might just slam in on them and try to find a place to call home. Surprisingly, SW once again finds themselves in a very nice spot in Al Azahar. They were able to get a wonderful spot in Sanhok as well. They've done so again in Miramar as well. Kind of makes me think that these guys, they know how the zones work, and, you know, back-to-back performances like this land them in good spots.
It's all about being versatile, being dynamic. You need to read the circles well. You need to be proficient with the gunfights, and seems like one is on its way, and it is going to be a big one. Team Shockwave right next to VST, and both of them quite aware of each other's presence. And just to make what matters worse, I think we've got Thor4 Esports around the vicinity. So it looks rather exciting. Gets my hopes high, but seems like neither of these teams are actually interested. Beast does want to poke it out. Is this going to happen?
Yeah, this poke might turn into a full shove if Beast decides to push the envelope. Currently just looking out for sound cues, just looking out for any person that pokes their head above that ridge. Doesn't find anything for now, but his teammates are still safe in the compound. So in case something goes wrong, he can always just dip back and cover. Elsewhere, you have Team Supremes. they made a nice southern rotation and they got this compound for themselves. But Glitchy were trying to figure out if this compound is up for grabs. It's not. So they'll have to find some other place.
I love this game. A football caravan.
Kick your opponents back to the lobby kind of vibe.
And yeah, especially considering Liverpool somehow managed to win against PSG yesterday. Just has me so much excited, considering how abysmal they really were throughout the game. Just one shot at goal and they score whilst you have 30 from PSG. But yeah, just gets me carried away when your favorite team goes out to play. But getting back to the game, Crips, we've got Team Insane. This time, just playing a little bit around the edges, just fiddling around, ensuring that they have some clean grounds to them.
Yeah.
Whilst I really feel that Team Insane need to start executing fights. Harsh and Skips, you've got two of the best assaulters. Might as well put them to work rather than just lurking around.
Yeah, but Team Insane might have to fight their way through because very close to them is Team AE, who are currently taking pot shots at Team Glitchy. So Aero Esports have revealed their position to Team Insane. What do Insane do about it? That is a question for another day. The circle has also shifted massively again towards the eastern side, so there's only a tiny bit of El Azahar up for grabs. Aero Esports should be able to grab it with no contention, but you also have Team Weibo, who might vie for the same compounds, the same little piece of El Azahar, and Team Insane are yet to get inside the zone, so these guys have just been going from edge to edge.
No, this is such a tricky circle.
Yeah.
You notice around those eastern areas, you've got a steep hill, which is very difficult to access. And this is going to test out the knowledge of all the IGLs, of how well versed they are with the topography of this desert. Sometimes gets really challenging as Team Glitchy. They did start off really well in the previous game of Sanhok. Secured a podium finish, but now already have lost a player out, and Hitler, almost on the verge of getting knocked out, did manage to patch himself up though. And if you want to have some great gameplays up your alley, maybe in the next tournament coming up ahead, don't forget to check out the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Certainly enhances your performance. Segment's fastest phone with the Snapdragon 7S Gen 3. What else do you need at 21,999?
Exactly right. With such a low price tag and with an instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz, it's the best in the segment with the Snapdragon 7S Gen 3 5G chipset as well. It gives you such a big bang for your buck. But speaking of bang for buck, right now Aero Esports are trying to bang on the doors of their opponents as they roll down this hill with full momentum. They've dealt quite a lot of damage to their opponents, so they know that Last Hope will have to just lick their wounds. Most of their players are still in need of a revive, but I think they might just abandon Mahi and go full send into Aero Esports. The bus drives by, Mani also goes down, but at least Voldo has managed to make it inside the zone. Mahi will fall, will be buried, but Rapid has been left behind, and only Sonic and Voldo are trying to go in. Little do they know that VST are waiting there for them, and Beast will be able to knock both of them down.
The guard keepers of the zone, and they let nobody pass. Team VST, we did see them get 9 finishes, not a single position point, and now it is where the big dogs collide. Insane against VST. You've got Shiraj already in the mix, already down to pretty low HP as Skips cooks another.
Skip cooking, he's trying to get the perfect angle. Yandesh also trying to pull the pin out of that nade, but Shiraj goes down, so Yandesh has to now reposition himself. Skips trying to cover both the front and the back lines. Meanwhile, Yash on the high ground provides him cover. It's all up to Patrick and Yandesh from this team as the two big dogs, the two of the strongest teams from the grind, now clashing against each other on the periphery of this circle. And if they don't hurry up, there might just be a third party who might roll in.
Exactly, this is what I wanted to talk about. You already have another team closing in by, and Beast at the right position, at the right place. Shiraj has been given another chance at life as Harsh taking shot elsewhere. At this point, Harsh needs to be watchful. It is VST right in front of them, considering the fact they have not secured that finish. They do not entirely know that it is going to be VST, as Beast has also joined in the back, but Glitchy from the back lines. Seems like VST are caught between a rock and a hard place.
And surprisingly, amongst all of these rock and hard places, Team Weibo managed to escape. They were supposed to be the ones that got pinched between two of the big dogs, but they slyly make their exit, leaving these two big names to clash against each other. But now even Team Insane is reconsidering their approach. They might just back off from this fight, but will VST let them?
It's a big question. But now we've got another fight amidst us. It's around that truck stop area. Ashu OP hasn't moved a muscle. Phenom trying to provide that cover fire. Lobs a grenade. Does some chip damage as Hitler out in the open. I have no idea what this young man had on his mind, but finally, Glitchy, they sense trouble, do not have enough of men on them. As Lucifer and Xenon, they need to work this one out. At this point, Team Supremes, they have got that one finish. Have to check every single corner before they shove in for that push. As Xenon, he answers back. Chester already down on his knees as Lucifer is being pushed at, and now Phenom strikes. And this time, Glitchy, they are starting to lose out on numbers, and this is not looking good.
Lucifer falls, exercising their demons. Team Glitchy might have to finish this fight very early. Xenon patching himself up in the non-driving seat of this car. It might just blow up anytime soon, so he has to exit when the time is right. Twist goes down to M4, by the way, who are trying to pick their piece of the pie from this fight, and he will lose his life. So both these teams in quite a lot of trouble.
Honestly speaking, we did not experience a lot of those early fights, as a result of which it has become absolute chaos towards these end circles. Still, the conclusive phases of stage 4 as Xenon goes bouncing in, but Phenom prepared as he instantly wipes him out and mops the floor. Team Supremes, they've secured 3 finishes in their names, but look at Team Shockwaves. Again, they have got that sweet central position with Team Altitude. They haven't caused a lot of ruckus. I'm surely they're the late bloomers.
Yeah, they were the winners of the previous game, but we have Team VST hunting down Sylvanus. What? He got 2 knocks? Sylvanus? He survives and then he dips back into the car to heal up. This could be incredible. There's 3 fallen members of VST right in front of him, open for the pickings, and now Beast, the last man of VST, is being hunted down by Master, but as Master disembarks from his vehicle, Beast will spray him down. A 1v3 on the cards for this young lad. Has to now somehow lick his wounds and get back in cover where the nades won't hunt him down, but there's plenty of nades coming towards him. He survives with just 25% health. He has to make sure his backlines are also clear, because there's no way he can fight this 1v4 battle.
Aravos, they're making sure they cut no corners. Beast, the final player alive, already has 3 to his name. He's got plenty of where that has come from, all those grenades. As finally he's been snuffed out. Beast OG somehow survives that, but not enough to survive what comes after. It is going to be a shot on his face as VST, they bow out. As Aravos Esports, they've got 4 finishes secured already with the loss of Master.
And thanks to that 1v2 by Sylvanus, a triple finish for this man gets his team the crowns, the heads of one of the most prized teams in the lobby. That's a big name to take down for a young team like Aravos Esports.
This is what we wanted. New teams making their mark, making their presence felt as Team ELS officials. Up close and personal to the players of Mysterious Frog. Grind not having the best of HP out there. That one grenade, a little bit of chip damage should have been enough. A little overshot on this time, however. Tusk connects, it's going to be Vixie doing the deed as Emperor. Not aware of Fragger's positioning. Has his eyes gazed out elsewhere onto its hero and Sketch as M4. They decide to reposition themselves, and Fragger, surely I have no clue on Earth, Crips. What was he up to?
Yeah, M4 kind of lost in the sauce as they are trying to get multiple angles onto ELS, but they just don't coordinate enough and fall apart. losing two of their members in a very silly way. Hero and Sketch now have to disengage from this fight. Hope to get a tiny space, like some area for themselves where they can get their fallen teammates back up on their feet. And luckily, they are not being pressured by anyone else yet. So this is a lifeline extended to them.
This is something that we did see coming, considering how tragic that shift was around those eastern areas. So many teams placed around those western sides. Everybody trying to have a piece of the pie, have some lay of the land, and eventually we see all these fights breaking out. Insane. From the far of prey, you can see how well skilled Skips is. Does not skip a beat on that one. Does get a knock. That's still far from getting that execution.
Yeah, but while Insane are peering down on these two teams, ELS and SP, you also have M4 who managed to revive one of their players, but ELS in a lot of trouble. Venom, nice shot by the S12K, gets one, but instantly traded by Lee. And Lee now has to get the finish as well. Ashu tries to get the trade, but fails, not able to connect the shots in time, and he will have to reset this fight and get another angle onto Lee. Meanwhile, ELS, after losing Sigma Boy, they have to make sure that nobody from their backlines will come and surprise them. That's why Emperor is marking the position of Team M4.
They have to be quick. They have to make a decision. Do they wipe their backlines or do they march inside the circle? I think the former is the way to go. Need to have your backs cleared. Need to watch your six as they gaze their attention on the front players. They want to enter in. They want to go in for the paw. You still have Sketch and Grind. But from the backlines, Insane, they have been a constant menace for all these teams trying to get inside the zone.
Yeah, and Team Insane can easily get inside the zone. There's nobody to block their path, so the red carpet has been rolled out for them. The red carpet obviously colored red by the crimson flowing out of their enemies. ELS, that's a mad dash into the circle. I'm actually surprised Hero didn't get the angle on them, but Hero's finally spotted out. Emperor has to get his bearings right and recommit to this fight. You've got Lee bleeding out somewhere in the back lines, but at this point, Vixie cannot afford to be distracted. Saved by the bell, Vizzy strikes down Hero, and that makes the job for ELS a little more easy.
This is quite ludicrous, what we are witnessing. Around 4 to 5 teams, everybody out for each other's throats at this point. Team ELS, they've been on the receiving end of things as Team AE, they get some semblance of cover, they have some hope. As Shalty from AE, one of those fine players surviving. And at this point, Hero Esports, they need to march in through. But for Team ELS, what baffles me, they're still breathing, they're still alive. But one of their players already down on the ground, and these utilities really coming into play, all these smokes, somehow keeping Team ELS alive. But Insane from the backlines, they can strike any given point.
Yeah, Hirsch is already trying to lurk up and gather more information about these players. Every time ELS were in danger, they've been saved by someone else, and it happens yet again. Ashu just about gets another knock, but he's been wiped out by Team Insane. It seems like Team Insane are the guardian angels of Team ELS.
Could be. At this point, it's so difficult to really fathom or come into a conclusion, because give them a beat, they are going to go for it. Anybody after each other. You might be brothers outside the game, but inside the game, you're all opponents. And it's all about collecting as many frags, as many eliminations you possibly can. And for Team Insane, it is all the more important. Seems like he's got a whiff. Maybe he's just spotted the silhouette of Emperor. Knows the idea. Knows all he needs to do is just try and bait him out as shockwaves. They're enjoying themselves. The sweet spot, the center, and that's where it's the most creamier.
Yeah, SW, Shockwave have been in the center of the zone for quite some time, and they enjoy the luxury of having that compound to themselves. On the northwestern front, you've got Team Insane, 3-man strong, having quite a lot of ability to fight as they spread out. Meanwhile, you've got 3 solo stragglers on the southwest. ELS Emperor, AE Schulte, and then Vizzy from Team Conqueror of Shooters. You've got 3 solos on the southwestern edge, Fixes. How are these guys going to go ahead?
Now, they are going to throw a wrench. Somebody is going to shatter the dreams of a team trying to get the chicken dinner. Surely, the hot favorites in this one will be Shockwaves. The way they've been blessed by the circle, the way they've been so quick, so adept in their thinking and grabbing the center of the circle, and has paid off in dividends already. But Schulte trying to get a little ahead of himself, just gave his position away.
And now Insane have his number. Tank the zone damage, put on your first aid, count your last prayers. He's gonna go down to the play zone. At least he doesn't give that frag away to Team Insane.
Yeah, I think that's the only silver lining. Does not give a point away, but Team Insane certainly hungry for more. Healers officials, their last surviving member, Emperor, wanted somebody to overrange there, but seems like all these solo warriors almost on the verge of getting extinct. And at this point, Team Insane still playing around the edges. And look at how comfortable they are. They're not really panicking. No negative movements there. So calm, so steady. While Shockwave, they're just waiting for the others to fight it out. Whatever remains, we're going to go in for the salvage.
Yeah, I mean, even I'm surprised. For a team who has such a good position, Shockwave isn't really creating a lot of waves in this circle. Yeah. Meanwhile, enjoying the high ground advantage are Team Altitude, living up to their name, but they've just been naded, and Clouds will go back to the lobby. Now they're getting full sent by Team Incredibles, dodging two cars back to back. Lazy with the footwork will finally be slayed by Slayer, and unfortunately it's all down to Atom. He falls as well. Gods is nowhere close to this fight. He cannot help his teammates trade, and he's been spotted out as well. A stray nade does connect onto Slayer, and Chandler, he's been finished off as well. That nade was incredible. What a finish! 3 finishes with 1 single nade. That's not a nade, that's a nuke.
That certainly is. Gods, he definitely survived that one. In fact, he came out excelling that one. But for now, he's all by his lonesome. And now he feels quite threatened. Still, that's some quick movement made by him. I cannot believe that he's still alive, as now Team Insane, they're on the hunt. Shockwave just kind of, this is where it comes hurting them, right?
Yeah.
They had that cold hands, and now it is starting to go against them as Team Insane looking hot, looking loaded. This time they're after their heads.
They're after the heads of Team Shockwaves. They're trying to shock them into a very difficult situation. Shrouded in mystery, shrouded in smoke, is away from his team, not inside the cover, while Madman and Extrovert, they continue to defend the compound. But the car movement of Team Insane gives away Shroud's position, so now he has to somehow find a way to rejoin his teammate. Or if not rejoin, at least play a rage away from his teammates where he's somewhat safe, but he's getting peppered. Yash tried to shoot him down, but Extrovert knocks down Yash, and that's the perfect cover for Shroud.
That certainly is. But at this point, far from over. Let's not forget, we've got 2 outliers lying around, and they will strike when the time is right. Now, the clock around 11, time is nigh upon us. At this point, Gods, he's made those godly plays, but how much more can he dig in? That's the big ask. As Shockwaves, one of the strongest teams having the best position inside the lobby, suddenly are a man down as Team Insane still out on the hunt. Waiting for Emperor and Vizzy to make those movements, but now I feel like the time is right.
The next circle will start closing in. You have 3 solo survivors. You have Alt Gods, Conqueror Vizzy, and ELS Emperor, both having to move at the same time. Meanwhile, God stays inside that car, completely safe for now. You have Insane pulling up to the compound. This could get messy. Fixes, Skips, and Harsh have made their landing right on the edge of this warehouse. Meanwhile, their teammate is still on the high ground. Yash will join them in just a tad bit later. Dodges the nade, dodges the shrapnel, and these guys are looking for a pick. One way to initiate the fight. What's it gonna be?
It's all about who breaks the ice first, about who gets the knock first. They do have 2 grenades to work around with. Skips, he has to find an opener, and he has to do it ASAP. Gods bleeding down, eventually gets burnt alive, as now Insane, they decide to go in for the flush.
Oh, That nade tickled Madman, so now they know where he is at the very least. Wow. Skips, gets an angle onto Shroud, and this is the opening the Team Insane needed. Shroud knocked and finished, but Madman gets the trade instantly. What? He wins 2 of those duels. That's insane. He's going to be able to finish both of those players of Team Insane, and now it's a 1v1v1v1 4-way battle. All of those solos. Harsh has the fight against Emperor. Both of these players going at each other, and the high ground does net him the win. He survives for the time being. Locked in a 1v1 against Vizzy. This nade could be everything. Half HP on Harsh, and Vizzy has the high ground. Head spotted. Tries to go in for the pre-fire. He's waiting for the right angle, the right moment to strike, and Vizzy will win this fight. Conqueror of shooters, with everything stacked against them, the odds not in their favor, still managed to claw a victory out of nothing.
I do not know how he made out of that entire situation alive, and he managed to pull off a rabbit out of his magic hat at this point. Goes on to show that Conqueror of Shooters, that resilience being showcased towards the end, goes on to speak volumes about how deep they want to go inside of the round number 3. But yes, question mark still there. Insane, they had 3 players. Shockwaves, they had 3 players. And yet the winner was one of those players who was alone from a long time. I think this is where it was all about patience, about striking at the right time. He did it down to the T.
Yeah, it's all about striking when the iron is hot, and this guy identified the moment when it was red hot. At the peak of that fight between Insane and Shockwave, he decides to close in, still not revealing his position. Somehow Insane lost 2 of their members to Shockwave, and it was just down to Harsh. And while he's locked in a 1v1, while Insane still have the high ground advantage, COS managed to survive. They eliminate even alt gods while they were trying to rat each other out. And what a clutch from this mad lad. 1 versus the world.
He was a stealthy assassin, wasn't he? Because the moment he went after gods, we noticed it was a molly that struck him, so did not give any of those sound cues away. Whilst Emperor and Harsh, they were duking it out alive. Even kudos to Madman, man. That grenade was quite stellar, and still getting so much done for Team Shockwave. And this is where even Shockwave have got 2 back-to-back good consistent games. For Altitude Gods, he was a slayer, especially with that 1 grenade taking down 3 players. So finally we do see teams stepping up, in fact players stepping up individually, contributing for them. But a nice resurgence comes out from Team Insane. This was much needed from their side.
Yeah, resurgence from Team Insane indeed. They get a high finish game, high position point game as well. So overall, fantastic stat padding from Team Insane. But man, I am so impressed that Team Shockwave managed to find these compounds again and again. Like, they were positioned over there since a very long time. They basically set up camp over there. They're roasting their marshmallows over the bonfire, having themselves a jolly good time where everybody around them is just busy beating 7 shades of shit out of each other.
You know, they were literally grilling their own chicken and eventually just to have it stolen by somebody else. You know, he was just that one lost nomad in the desert, and he was like, me, sir. He gets it. And at this point, you know, for Team Shockwave, even in the game of Sanhok, there was a brilliant play being made by Team Glitchy, which sort of prevented Shockwaves from winning that fight. But in this one, this is something that I think we both had a discussion about. It is one of those zones or one of those metas, so as to call, where center is the king. So the team which has the right reads eventually has the best chance. But again, it's just not about having the center to yourself. It's also about having your hands hot. And that is where I felt like Team Shockwave got left behind.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, 2 games back-to-back in Sanhok and in Miramar, they managed to get the best possible position, but they were still unable to capitalize on it. In Sanhok, I can understand. There's quite a lot of heat around you. If you peek your head out, you're going to get shot down. But over here, they had their lay of the land. They had so many opportunities to get a lot of finishes, but they didn't use that opportunity.
Yeah, they had a lot of opportunity. I think they need to bank it, or rather cash in Wrangle. But let's take a quick look at how things unraveled in Miramar. Arvos Esports, I think Sylvanus, we did talk about him being such a key player And a lot of mishaps did happen, and all of it happened because of the fact that the circle took that eastern shift pretty early on. So a lot of those teams trying to inject themselves from the western side were forced into sort of engaging in battles where Team Insane really had the last laugh.
Yeah, Team Insane had the last laugh. They had everybody's number. Team Supremes, they had them. Team VST, Insane was able to, if not take them down, at least push them away and repel them away as well. Team Altitude fall victim to Team Insane again. And they just had such an amazing time on that northwestern front. They were able to destroy everybody's hopes and dreams, gatekeep everybody.
And this is one of those games where it is so difficult to tell who is going to be the most valuable player. Would really want Wizzy there, but seems like the stats and figures will in fact support Wizzy. Conqueror of Shooters, he was left to be the last man standing for his team, and look at that survival time. I can bet on this, the fact that 29 minutes, out of which at least 10 or 11 minutes he was out there solo.
Yeah, what a clutch from Wizzy, stealing the chicken away from two of the stronger teams who had position advantage and numbers advantage. Wizzy is closely followed by 2 members of Insane. Actually, 3 members of Team Insane are in the top 5 players. So you know this was a massive finish-hungry game for them.
This was much needed, whilst again, this is a conversation we need to have around VST. Still not getting those position points. Yeah, fine, they're getting those early fights, but they're not clinical, they're not conclusive, they're not executing their fights right, and this is where it is going to hurt their endeavors once the point standings are in front of us, followed by the overall standings. But yes, Conqueror of Shooters, this game, 19 points, finally can really have that sigh of relief. 19 points considering how the first game went. Same goes for Team Insane as well.
Yeah, Team Insane were just on a finishing spree. They were able to get so many fights and not just get into those fights, but also command them, you know, get into it on their own terms. So massive games for COS and Insane, but then there's a massive difference between them and the third place team. ELS, Shockwave, both of them tied at 9 points each. VST were in the thick of things. They were locked in that battle against M4, Team Insane and VST, but while Insane was able to perform in an insane manner, VST, they left a lot to be desired.
2 games already done and dusted, and VST has not gotten a single position point. They have been relying heavily on those finishes. As much as we appreciate that, you still need to understand that you need to consolidate yourself a good position to be in the race and to make sure that you qualify just by the virtue of the first 3 games. Because Team Altitude, they have been consistent Conqueror of Shooters. They have finally made a huge bounce back here, right at the 2nd position. Team Insane, they have redeemed themselves. Shockwave, they have been good throughout the 2 games. Glitchy, they've lost some footing there. They want to bounce back, but this is where it's getting so concerning. And yet, even any of these teams, Crips, gets a chicken dinner in the next game, easily gets inside the top 4.
Yeah, out of the 6 games that these teams will be playing, 2 of them are already done. Only 1 more remains for the day. Keep in mind, only the top 6 teams will be guaranteed a spot in round 4. So the cutoff is somewhere around the 15-point mark for now. Although we know from previous groups, from previous experience, that you will need somewhere around 40 points to make yourself secure for the next round.
And at this point, teams like ELS, especially how important this game was for them, securing those 9 points. They had nothing in the first game, and finally clutching on to some semblance of hope. I think this is where they need to put their footing. This is where they need to bounce back in the next game of Erangel. And for the big guns like Insane and VST, should be eyeing out to cross over that 35 points marker at least by the end of the evening, because we have been talking about this. The top 6 only make it to the next stage, that is round number 4, which is going to be more exciting.
Yeah, so while you have teams like Shockwave who are able to get all the placements and all the best positions, they're not able to back it up. We'll see whether or not they can do it again in Erangel, but you also have some big names like Insane and VST who are looking to redeem themselves. So what's it gonna be, ladies and gentlemen? We'll find out after a short break when we head to Erangel.
Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, God, why I'm master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
The last game of the evening, and how poetic it is going to be finally happening in Erangel. Welcome back once again, folks. You are watching the realme BGIS 2025, where we do have Group 2 teams coming into play. 2 matches done and dusted, and this time for the final game, I do have along with me my favorite guy out there, Icy Baby. So Icy, that was quite bizarre and still quite exciting when we did see Wizzy clutching it out. Your initial thoughts?
I think Wizzy was able to get a very well placed nade down in the warehouse and eliminating everyone, and because of that it allowed Insane to go for this 1v1 situation. So I would say, it came down to luck, it came down to skill, but I would say you see an opportunity, you only have one shot, you gotta take it.
Make your mark is what we've also been emphasizing so much, along with why we've been urging to check out this device in front of us, the Realme P3 Pro 5G. We have been talking endlessly about the features, and it always keeps us elated, always makes us so happy. You talk about the stable 90 FPS that you're constantly gonna get throughout. You've got the GT boost mode, ensuring whilst you're in the esports lobby, there is not a single slight jitter to hinder your performance. Also comes with that 6000 mAh Titan battery. Charge it once, forget charging for the next 2 days, at least for the boomers like us. For all you young guns out there, you've got that special glow-in-the-dark edition colorway.
Exactly, you want to flex it with your friends here, especially when you're walking out in the dark. That phone will give you that slight bling bling. But
that riz,
that riz, extra riz. But speaking of which here, let's talk a little bit more on towards the match, right? Today itself, Group 1, it felt like the grind team were really stepping up in their gameplays. But in Group 2 in general, feels like a little bit sloppy start from Sanhok, but game number 2 seems like, the grind teams are starting to step it up a little bit. VST was doing okay, Insane was doing pretty okay as well, but the rest of the teams, especially coming from the the IGQ seems to be doing much better apparently.
We'll talk about that because I've got something else to say.
Oh, yeah.
For all the viewers out there. We've got some exciting news for you, because you do not have to wait any longer for round 4 matches to begin, because we have preponed the dates. So 11th and 12th, where we'll have the first 2 days, and then there will be that little pause for all the good reasons. We do have Holi, so you're gonna celebrate, and of course we also do want to celebrate, after which we will resume all the action on 15th and the 16th. That is where it concludes. But no, I beg to differ a little bit, because the teams that have directly come in from the grind, the performance hasn't been there. First group, silly, just that one game of Sanhok where they were fine. This time, when you're looking at Insane, yes, they did make a comeback in this one, but still, you've got bigger expectations. This is the same Insane without Adi, who had managed to secure 5 chicken dinners, or rather 8 chicken dinners in the league stages of BMPS the previous years. So, they've got so much raw potential. finally that Miramar game delivered, but far from their old glorious self. So I think they have to come back. But this sort of drives me down to another team who was exceptionally good in the grind. I'm talking about VST. 5 chicken dinners, but now they're struggling massively getting those position points.
Yeah, I would say in terms of just their overall rotations, right? Their firepower isn't a big issue. We've seen them being able to do it. It's just that they are getting caught out and open multiple times. I think people have started to read on how VST usually plays, but it feels like they are a little bit warmed down here. They're not really gelled up, considering that they did take a little bit of a break here coming from grind. So I'm curious to see, is it going to be a recovery from them? That's going to be the bigger question, because eventually it's not over yet. They have to play a total of 6 matches. It's only been 2 matches. It's all about how quick you adapt. Even if you don't do too well in this upcoming game, at least you have a decent amount of points. Tomorrow, you still have time to kind of fix things. And I feel like right now, making the top 6 is going to be very important. VST is still okay. Insane, okay for now. But tomorrow, where things get a little bit more heated, because every single match, every single point is going to be very important, because we're not looking for top 8, we're looking for top 6.
But that's the point, right? The key word I took from what you said was that long break after the grind. Because they had 5 chicken dinners, 270 plus points in 24 games. That's some big numbers. But then when you look at how they played in round 2, they had no chicken dinners. They were struggling massively with the position points. And even now, they do not have a single position point by playing 2 games already. So they have to redeem themselves in Erangel. Or if their hunger is satiated, we do not know. Because the final game of Erangel is on its way, just about to begin right about now.
All right. The final match for today of day number 1 here in round 3 for the realme BGIS 2025. It's about to happen here. This is match 3 for Group 2. And of course, the flight path seems to be a very balanced one, all the way from the southeast corner of Milton, heading all the way to the northwest of Georgiapol. So pretty even spread for all the teams, except for the teams heading towards military base. But all in all, this seems to be a very balanced one. And I'm hoping to see how all the tactical teams are going to be stepping up here, especially for teams with better experience. In this case, you were wondering about these fixes. Is Insane VST going to be able to translate all their experience into this game, and even M4 as well?
You know, in this particular group, I see the other teams, the lesser known ones, have been the ones that have, given me that spark. They've somehow got me excited. I'm talking about Shockwaves, I'm talking about Altitude, all of these teams making their mark, where VST and Insane, yeah, they have done decent, they have got their matches, they've got their moments, but still, they leave me wanting for more. My hunger still isn't satiated. But yeah, the BGMI gods have been quite benevolent in this one. All that matters is where the circle forms. Are they going to be gracious enough, or it's going to be somewhere down south? That is the big ask, as we see some friction around that ruins area. You've got at least 4 teams, and yeah, they were not gracious. Look at the circle.
This kind of reminds me on how the grind stages as well, because the circle seems to be like, oh wait, guess what? It might be 60-70% in main island, and guess what? Big prank, it's going to be on the bridge. On stage 3, stage 4, everybody was all on main island. Nobody was a military base. And it was so awkward. And there was a time where it was vice versa as well. So I don't really know how it's going to be planned for this match. But it seems like based on this circle trajectory, it feels like the same Erangel circle from the first game itself, which was the outskirts of Quarry, which is still inside this vicinity. So I would say teams that have decent drops or uncontested drop zones have a little bit more leeway to kind of rotate into the zone. And so far, what surprises me is that there is no drop clash this game, considering that this is Group 2. Group 1, we didn't see too much drop clash. Game 1, 2, and 3. But for Group 2, Game 1 and 2, we saw early collisions of the drop clash by multiple teams, actually.
I think we might have teams crossing each other's paths while they would want to get inside the circle, given how the circle has formed out. I see we did talk about those chances of it forming around Quarry being just too high, but we've seen, or rather witnessed, that the second circle shifts are rather quite drastic. Who knows it? takes a curveball, maybe even towards those far eastern sides of Ferry Pier. That's where it really gets us excited. But from what we can really just bring it down, it's going to be somewhere around Ferry Pier, Quarry, that area. So, yeah, good knowledge of the nooks and crannies is going to be important. This is where you would have been hoping if you were Team Tamilas or maybe Cincinnati Kids, but they will come into play a little later. As it stands, there was some early turbulence around contours of shooters and Team A, but they decided to part ways.
Yeah, but on screen right now, of course, Conqueror of Shooters, they were the ones to get the chicken dinner in the previous game. It was a big clutch coming in from Wizzy, but all things considered, they were a little bit low-key. But speaking of low-key, they have pretty much got their vehicles on fire. Not exactly sure what happened.
Why?
Seems like Conquerors of Shooters, they had a little bit of run in down from Georgetown itself against AE.
What I feel like happened in this case is somebody just ran that vehicle inside the house, as a result of which it got stuck.
And then got glitched out?
Yeah, they sort of glitched out. But good thing is we've got a new feature added to the game. We've got the welding gun.
But the problem is, can you find a welding gun this early?
I mean, that's something that they would be
Luck.
hoping. Had it been me, you still have the entire western shorts to yourself. Find out another vehicle. That's as easy as it goes. Because at this point, Contra of Shooters, this is one of those games where they can get some good conversions. But yeah, the big dogs, Team Insane, they have nothing to be really worried about.
I think when it comes to worrying in this game, right, I think the only teams that we have to kind of worry about here is the congestion up in Georgetown as well. We have a team on the south side, we have two teams on the north side. We might expect a little bit of collision. That's the only thing that's the closest to potential drop clashes. But again, those two facilities are still prone to at least 2 to 3 teams that may still loot up a decent amount of loot before they actually back off. So I wouldn't say that it's the end of the world, but they do have to wrap things up, because if they don't find those vehicles or exit strategy and push down towards the Georgia Bowl, especially into the next phase of zone, they are going to be potentially gatekeeping each other, which may result in them having a more later rotation into maybe stage 3, stage 4 of the zone. But in the center, we already have IMP right in the middle. They spread out around Quarry. No company yet, which is a good sign for them.
At this point, I think you would even agree, I see, that this is where finally Shockwaves get truly tested. Because in the previous 2 games, they had been having such a good time with securing the circle. Now, considering the fact that they're pretty much surrounded right from the get-go, this is going to be a true test for them. They have been good either ways in terms of how they have been battling it out, how they've been securing their position. But this time, it has to be a mix of both, as few others have already marched inside the center of the circle. Team Imparable Esports, they've got a good position, whilst we have even TW around those good corners. Thor 4 Esports, another team that I've been really looking out for. They're still hunkered around that Ferry Pier region.
Well, speaking of Ferry Pier, PST currently in the standings here in 7th place with 13th position. You talked about this. Can they break past the top 6? It's going to be very, very easily, considering that it's still only the 3rd game. But all things considered, everyone is so close for the top 6, and we're talking about looking for the top 6 teams for each respective group to advance to round 4. And it all starts with this first 3 matches. And in this case, the 3rd match for this game. As you can see, the intensity of every single team has been very, very spot on in all these rotations.
See, my problem has been in what manner do you achieve that? At least when it comes down to VST. Because, you know, they have big mouths. We've seen around the social media. They've been in the news. And they've been calling out a lot of these teams. And why it does get difficult from around here? Because in the next rounds, you might have to face the likes of Revenant X Park. You've got so many other teams. You've got Phoenix Esports. Everybody just tends to drop down around Yasnaya. So you need to command that little respect. And how do you do that? You need to start dominating in round 3. You need to instill fear in the hearts of your opponents, which VST, I believe, they haven't done so.
Hey man, if winning a championship was that easy, I would have said, I'm going to be the world champion 5 times in the world for any game title. But in this case, I'm not. I'm just going to be a caster here. But all things considered, Team Weibo going to be expecting a little bit of company right now. They do have a very nice ditch that they can take a little bit of pit stop and rest. Fortunately to say, they do not have any idea of how the situation is around them right now. They heard gunshots down towards south side, but the circle on stage 2 is about to close in. That's going to be where they start to make the decision or plan ahead what they're going to be doing next, because as of yet, barely even stage 2 yet. There's at least 6 teams still outside the zone. Seems to me it is going to be main island, not military base. So it's going to be the forest terrains on the east side of Quarry.
You know, I think the debate has been finally settled. Look at Shockwaves. How beautifully they just finesse their way inside the circle without even engaging in a single fight. That goes to show on how well proficient they are with their timings, have found such a sweet spot. But seems like we might have a little bit of a fight amongst us. It's going to be Team Altitude going up against Team Insane. Yash definitely having that higher ground, and Clouds is pinned down in that position.
This is going to be a stat check coming from Team Insane. I don't think they realize his altitude, but seems like they are going to be taking a little bit of pit stop here, trying to stop them in this track. But it seems like all these vehicles coming in. Darkcloud is a little bit too close to altitude. Fortunately for them, they do not have 2 people in one vehicle. If not, going to be expecting some heavy fire. But Team Insane, they do scout out another team who's going to be driving by as well. Doesn't want to take the risk to actually commit to this fight, but they're very, very close. But on the minimap itself, seems like the third parties are coming in. Insane, they have to get out. While Altitude took the initiation to stop and maybe try and pick them off. But as of yet, everyone is still debating if they should fight this or not.
You finally get those Adi vibes when you look at Team Insane holding around the South Virginia Hills. And this situation, Yash just rattling down the players of Team Supreme. Twist can take a little bit of that damage, not enough to put him down, but it seems like in the process, they've flattened out one of those tires, and Twist, he takes the brunt, eventually just gets shredded apart, and it is going to be Team Insane with their insane plays, showing their true colors finally and making their presence felt. Now Team Altitude does know for a fact it is Team Insane, and it's better that they steer away. Imagine 10 minutes into the game and we finally have our first strike.
I know, right? This has been very, very passive for teams, but what a shot from Dark Lord, because that was so far away. That's at least almost 300 meters plus in order to get the shot. Meanwhile, on screen, Supremes do meet a little bit of a expecting a little bit of company here from TFE. Misses a couple shots in by Phenom, but unable to find those angles here. Nades comes in, but TFE, they're just laying in wait. Meanwhile, as soon as the say this, Rad actually gets taken out. TFE actually loses a member because of all this potential third parties from afar. It's actually Altitude who's able to get a couple shots in.
It's fight happening on multiple fronts. We do witness Team VST getting shredded apart, but Door 4 Esports trying to make some quick work against the players of Team Supreme. Neither of these teams really wanted to lock horns. It is the situations that were so dire that have forced themselves into it. And like you said, Team Altitude just waiting in hindsight, just wanting to pounce in the moment the time is right. But Door 4 Esports, they want to go all out, all in inside this fight. Chester just holding down on the angles as Nick. This is going to be a good grenade. Does some massive amount of damage, not enough to put Chester out of play.
Oh my goodness, Top 4 Esports, they're getting hit by double teams as well. Altitude is just shooting from afar, and guess what? Nades coming from SP, he's able to get the knock. It's going to be 2 players left, and here comes the push. Nick looks for the pixel shot. He gets it. Nicely done. It is going to be a stalemate. Here comes the push from Nick with the shotties. Goes to FVP, he's going to get the confirmation. Going to go for the double push, and here he comes. They do get the flush, and Top 4 Esports will be able to get the elimination on Supreme. 3 finishes in the back. Satyam needs to be picked up, but the third parties from afar, from the side of Altitude, seems to be putting them on a little bit of a question mark for the longest of time. But Altitude, they were just annoying. I'm surprised they were able to get 1 finish on top of that.
You know, the point is that the Team Altitude had their hands full going up against Imparable Esports. Otherwise, it would have been a straight slam in down to that central spot. They would have gone in for the third party, and Imparable did just come in at the wrong moment. least right if it comes down to the players of Thor 4 Esports, who've managed to squeeze out a squad wipe there. But Mysterious 4 getting in some mysterious rotation out there, I see. As Team VST, a little bit of a recap on what happened. And this is what cockiness does to you. Had no idea of what's lying ahead of you. Instantly get wiped out. And Hero got to be the hero in that fight.
Yeah, that was unexpected as well. That replay just gave a little bit of a recap here on how Mysterious 4 was able to overcome that. But nicely done. Hero has been popping off this game. Mysterious 4 maybe in the driver's seat, or in this case, in the dumpsters right now in 8 plays, but they're still outside the zone. They're not out of it yet. Get themselves 4 finishes, but can they get more? On screen, we do see the run in between Glitchy as well as Altitude. But in this case, will they be able to contest this? Because it seems to me, no, it's actually not Altitude, it's actually LH. Who in this case is on the outskirts, and everyone has already decided where they want to settle down with their spots yet, just because the zone hasn't actually shifted into a stage 4, or in this case, stage 3 completely closed out yet. And that's going to be a problem, because if Circle shifts into the outside or open here, in this case, SW will have one of the best compounds possible. Same can be said for LH as well, from the south side.
This game of Erangel still shrouded in mystery as to where the Circle takes that hard shift. You've got so much of different terrains to play around. You've got a couple of those concrete compounds, but now you've got a more vivid picture of what's really happening. And Team Insane, they really have to make a choice. Do they hold on to the hills they have, or do they come bouncing in, going slamming in for that compound in front of them?
They have to, right?
And Shockwave, again, somehow,
yeah,
have the best spot inside the zone.
Consistency is key. 3 games in a row, they have one of the best spots possible, and right now, all they have to do is just hold down the fort and shove everybody outside and open, and they're going to be okay. But as soon as I say this, AE looks to be trying to crash into its SW right now. They're still debating if they want to as well. Team Insane also in a little bit of a pickle on the east side. They're split off 2-2. 2 on the east and 2 in the north, to try and gather information as much as they can, apparently. But they do have a lot of advantage here. Look at the PIP on the right side. Dark Lord has one of the best advantages on everyone out in open. This is huge for them. Same can be said for Mysterious 4 as well.
Yeah, I think they are going to rely on staying on the higher grounds more than having decent cover. I think for Team Insane, it's all about spreading their wings wide open as Mysterious 4 just trying to circle around them, just trying to collect enough info before they make anything happen. Insane, I'm pretty sure. I see at this point, they know what's going on. They know there's a team lurking around them, but even Team INC, they could pose so much threat as Team Altitude finally up against the players of TW, as Team Weibo find themselves in horde of trouble, as Gods already cooking up that grenade. This fight, mind you, is happening right out in the middle of nowhere, with so many of these outliers, everybody out to get each other's throats.
Yeah, they're going to be out and open as well. Fortunately for Gods, they do find a little bit of a salvation. With the smoke coming in, it's going to buy a little bit more time. And fortunately, that ditch was just enough of cover for them to stop from LH from pushing on. And LH still deciding if they want to commit to this fight. Hovercraft exploded. Same can be said for TW as well. And guess what? They're going to double down on the resources here. There's going to be 3 guys in that small little shack. And Gods is going to cook up the day.
Oh, no.
Does it connect? It looks good. Where's the explosion? What?
I think maybe it's a smoke.
Okay, it may be a smoke. Maybe a smoke. Oh, okay. Finally comes, but he knocks his own teammate. Wait.
This is delirious. This is bizarre once again, as now Team Altitude find themselves not really having the best footing, as Team Weibo live to fight another day. It is a dance against destiny for them, and this small concrete shack is what lies between death and excelling. At this point, Team Weibo, they still are alive. I do not know.
Oh my goodness.
How?
For some reason, God has different plans for them, because that nade just curved and just knocked his old teammate instead.
Sort of ricochet, right?
A little bit unfortunate, you know, considering
But
that there was a
this.
hovercraft. But, like you said as well, out in open. Oh, finally! A nade!
Oh, God. This is some really mad stuff happening. And we did have any re-silence in those initial phases of the games, but seems like that has all been put to rest in the latter half, as it is gunshots being all across the map, everywhere. You could hear it getting sparkled and altitude. I mean, that was all she wrote, right? One after the other. It's going to be conqueror of shooters coming out of nowhere. Like I said, it was a fight happening in the middle of nowhere. This was inevitable.
Hey, you talked about fights not lasting more than 60 seconds, but this
That was in
fight between
Sanhok.
Gods versus Weibo took more than 2 minutes, man. Eventually, people are going to sneak up on them. In this case, Team Weibo gets the reset. Fortunately for them, they're going to be A-okay, but unfortunately to say, they don't have a lot of vehicles. They've used up a lot of spokes. They're out in open. They need to push into the next phase of the zone. And the next phase, they're pretty much surrounded by teams like Altitude, Team LH right behind them. They've got TFE all the way southeast as well. It's going to be a big problem. But inside the zone, look at the Shockwave. They had the best compound, but it is going to be INC that pushes up forward. And with the flank comes in, it looks like he missed the shot. Actual word was able to flick by and to get the knock instead.
He certainly did, and this is kind of baffling, honestly. Shockwave still alive. Still get away with daylight robbery out of that. Especially considering how good Extrovert was in that particular situation. But still not out of harm's way as they have to march inside the circle with so many foes still around them, lurking, everybody hoping to get their heads up. If you want the best performance, of course, don't forget to check out the realme P3 Pro 5G, as now AE are being pushed upon by AE. It is going to be, alright, Arabus being taken down, and Aero Esports, they still live to fight another day.
They definitely do. Aero Esports was able to make a very quick decision. They are right in the edge zone, but look at the minimap southwest corner. There's more than 4, 5, 6,000 teams over there. And now they're going to get a couple of nades in, and guess what? Aero, they get the nice nades in, and they get another wipe once more. It's getting a little bit too crowded here, and everyone is just out in the open. Even ELS as well, going to be playing from the south side. They're not focused on what's inside. They are going to be gatekeeping the teams down to the south, and every single one is trying to find an inch to push out in the open. It's an absolute bloodbath right now.
It's pandemonium through the greener pastures of Erangel at this point, and so difficult to really say that a certain team has an advantage over the other. Whilst insane, I must still point it out, I see they are the most cunning ones. Staying out of the fight, still having the higher grounds, getting as many finishes as possible, whilst the rest still scramble to get each other wiped off.
Wow.
As look at this case. This is Nate coming in from Sholty, and gets another wipe. So good stuff coming in from Aero Esports. And Sholty, he's gotten 6 finishes to himself already.
Insane nades. He's got 4 finishes thus far. He's ranked #1 with the most amount of finishes in the game. Sholty just absolutely massacring the team. Speaking of which, we're down towards 19 thus far. Shockwave is the reason. Team Shockwave is the reason that everyone is stranded out on the south side because of that initial hunger no compound. Yes, they had a little bit run in, but they still have 6 finishes, and now they're looking to reap the rewards here. But the one's going to be stopping them in track is going to be Team Insane, who's on top of the mountain. But fortunately to say, the circle will shift them even further away. And in this case, where will they rotate? Because Glitchy is inside the compound in this next phase of the zone.
Good Team Insane. How much they split apart from each other. Harsh was the one who did manage to put his heads on the line. Did find themselves a spot, but I hope he's found some cover. As Capes and Dark Lord, they will soon follow suit. But look at that cluster around on the southwestern side. You've got AE, you've got ELS, you've got Altitude, and then you've got Toad 4 Esports around. And it seems like Aero Esports, they're starting to finally give up. Team Shockwave, they've been such a menace, they've been such a threat, and this time they've got their hands hot.
Agreed. Shockwave currently having one of the top contenders in this lobby itself, is doing so much work. In this case, they're pretty much going to try to clean out the herd here. AE, they're stuck in, thrown up. Madman doesn't have a lot of ammunition left. He's down with his last bullet, and it's all out. And he's going to be forced to stock up, but it seems to me he's going to try and inch away with a couple S12Ks and push on forward. Meanwhile, the rest on the south side, they are still alive. There's still 9 thieves out in open, but a well-placed nades. Cloud, he might be dead. He's gone.
Oh, there he goes. But still, quite a valiant effort given the circumstances they were in. But look at Shockwave. They make quick work there, instantly trying to go in, just play around the edges, just gatekeep the circle to death. And now in the process of doing that. They are incurring a couple of losses, especially Madman still out. Did have 2 finishes in his back though, but what really baffles me is that Aero Esports still fighting back.
Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble as well.
Still
they got
fighting.
pinned. But speaking of fighting right now, Shroud finally finds him. Showed he's going to be picked off. M4 inside the zone, inside the little bit of shack. They will be able to get a little bit of resets. But there's still so many teams. There's 6 teams, at least 4 of them on the west side. Everybody's just congested here. Oh, here comes a spray from Extrovert. He finds the members coming for M4. Shroud in a little bit of awkward situation. They are on the edge of the zone, but they are going to be shooting through the grasses, and Shockwave was able to find one, I think. Oi, oi, oi. Pretty boxed in as well, coming from Shockwave. They're all completely stuck. And like you said, Team Insane, that long split is giving them that advantage. And Harsh has pretty much used up all his bullets, down towards his 18 bullets to push them all towards the west side. And Insane was the biggest mastermind in this game, apparently.
Look at that split, that 1-2 split. They've got the high grounds covered. They've also got the open lands. And rightfully pointed out, I see Harsh is out of ammunition almost. But he's got to make every bullet count. Team Glitchy, they're on the verge of resurging themselves because the second game did not really go their way.
But dude, as soon as we say Harsh is out of bullets, guess what? He finds a random loot crate on the floor and he's scouring for ammunition to pin them from the south. He's completely stocked up. He's gonna be okay. But you know who doesn't have ammunition? It's actually Skips on the north side. I saw him, and he only has about 30 bullets left.
Look, he still has Dark Lord, right?
Okay.
He's still got a teammate, so he's gonna make do with whatever he has. But look at the circle. Look at how it is played with Team Insane, and now how can they pinch all these teams, let them fight it out, whilst Harsh is just gonna lie down as Team ELS. They're also making some good progression, considering how they've been constantly pushing themselves through in terms of the position points.
Yep, speaking of which, Harsh was able to get an opening on Shockwave as well. That's going to be the knock. And guess what, Shockwave? They're all out in the open. And this Team Insane, they're pulling some insane strategies and they're somehow getting away with it. For some reason, now they're looking to clean up the entire lobby themselves. Bit by bit, inch by inch, every single cranny. And Insane, right now, playing like a one-man army. Every man's for themselves. Skips is all by himself. Harsh is all by himself. Dark Lord as well. Every single angle is being completely checked by Team Insane to clear out the lobby.
You know, this is what you would expect from the likes of Team Insane. I knew that they were cooking. Did not know that they would cook this hard. Of course, after that debacle in the first game. And look at this, Dark Lord showing no mercy as they increase their tally. 10 finishes and could be the favorites in getting the chicken dinner. Everything rests on Team Glitchy right now. How do they make their entry in the next circle? That's the big question, because Harsh already has got them penciled down, and the moment they move ahead, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Dark Lord. Skips is just out there trying to draw in all the attention. It is a game of chess going on right now.
Agreed. They've got so much space and position right now, and if anyone from the side Team Insane falls, that entire strategy goes down the drain.
True.
And like you said as well, Glitchy, they're inside the compound. They are going to be the ones that needs to push out. And the one that may play spoiler here is going to be Shroud, who's out in the open, lurking in their forces. And we're down towards the final 3 team. Insane's got a good spread, but Glitchy has not made their moves yet. Seems to me the moves has been made. Jexy could be leading the charge with those vehicles. The sprays comes in, nothing connects. And Jexy is going to be able to find some space to push out of the zone for now. But Skips, he's got 4 nades. What? How does he have so many nades? And he get the knock as well. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
Skips! What a knock from Insane.
Harbingers of death, Team Insane. It is insanity taking over Erangel right now. And I'm pretty sure he's got a slight idea of Shroud. Just being shrouded inside that little place. But this is what Glitch needed, right? Taking down one of the players, Dark Lord, on his feet. And this could go wrong in massive proportions for Team Insane. But I feel like they've already done their bidding. Anything from here onwards, it's all about securing those bonus points.
Agreed. You can see the nades pressure as well. They get the confirmation on Jexy, but Glitchy maybe going the wrong way as well. But the sprays from Shroud will review his position. He's in a little bit of trouble. He gets eliminated, but the damage has been done. Glitchy, they're not fully healthy. It is going to be a 2 versus 2. And in this case, Dark Lord is down. It's all up to Skins. They're spraying through the smokes, and they don't have a lot of space, and here comes Harsh with the pressure as well. He finds the opening now, a random spray, and it's all up to one guy left from the side of Glitchy, but they're all out of ammunition. 2 versus 1. Team Insane cleaning out the lobby completely, and here comes a double push with those vehicles. And, well, in this case, he's looking for confirmation, maybe even stocking up as well. Greedy is good, apparently, for Team Insane.
And they know exactly where Lucifer was, and that has to be a 3-pointer. And Team Insane, what a resounding comeback coming in from their sides. Just when they were doubters, just when we decided to see that they were rusty, that is how they shrugged it off, rubbed it off their shoulders, and they look pristine as ever. This is Team Insane Esports for you folks.
Dude, Team Insane has got the most insane strategy, but that was a masterclass performance coming from Insane. Like the spread, the decisions, the 4-man army to push everyone on the west side, taking advantage of what SW actually did from the west side, and just like, you know what, there's no one on the east side. Guess what? Let's just play the split, push them off, fight as if there's 4 people, multiple teams, and everyone thought on the east side there were like 3 to 4 teams, but it's actually only one team, man. It's only one team on the east side.
Imagine the cojones on the players to pull off such a bold move. A lot of people might call them madmen, and it takes a madman, it takes thinking out of the box to pull off and execute that with still having 2 of your players alive. And I believe, like, even if they had to perfect it, Dark Lord, yes, his knock could have been prevented, but does not matter, right? As long as you get the chicken dinner, as long as the English test gets their prediction right.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. We gotta put it on a hold for now. But all things considered, in terms of the overall tactical play, it is one of the riskiest moves that Team Insane has played. But all things considered, when we talk about space, right, we want to spread out in a way where we want to get some sort of zone control. Team Insane was able to dominate the northeast, southeast, and also the center of the zone at least 50% all by themselves, just because they were shooting and fighting like a madman, expecting that, hey, it's not just one player, it's going to be multiple teams here. And in other people's minds, it felt like there's 3 teams in this vicinity, and everybody kind of dodged them. And because of this dodge, and also Shockwave, which pushed everybody out in open to the southwest, we saw like 9, maybe 10 teams out in open on the southwest corner. And because of that, everybody was just caught off guard. Utilities, mats, even vehicles completely destroyed, and everybody was just stuck trying to sneak their way in, which in this case just gave so much leeway for Insane.
You know, at this point, it feels like they've already got their hands on this device, Realme P3 Pro 5G. Because to execute such brilliant plays, you need a brilliant phone, and this is it. And take our words for it. Go check it out. It is available on Flipkart already, 21,999. Would you believe that? Especially catered for all those aspiring esports enthusiasts in colleges, in schools. They want to make a mark, but on a budget, this offers everything, right? At 22k, you are getting so much. I'm talking about 90 FPS, stable BGMI gameplay. You've got a specific GT Turbo mode just to enhance the performance. It also does house that Snapdragon 7S Gen 3. And this is what really shocks me, because all of this you're getting on such a good price.
Exactly, it's pretty a bang for a buck as well. So why not, for you guys, get it out right here, right now, because it was just recently released as well. So now it's officially released, means it's time to upgrade your devices. Meanwhile, let's talk about a little game as well here, because we saw a little bit of wow factors coming from the Group 1. Group 2, it was a little bit of a slow start, but it seems to me grind teams are still performing a little bit well. In this case, Insane, I don't know how they got away with this. Like you said, Madman needs,
you know, to think out of the box.
Man, like,
that is what they did, right? But you know what? This is where I wanted to drive the conversation to VST. You've got Team Insane and VST, both on different parallels, both on different paradigms, because at this point, VST did not deliver, not even a single point. And I think with the next 3 games, they will be under a heap of pressure and they need to bounce back. So this is what gets me concerned. But for the highlights, I see it's safe to say the first few moments of the games were rather slow, but this game really cooked hard in the latter phase.
Agreed. And as you can see, even in the mini-map as well, you can see every single team was on the west side. And Team Insane had one of the highest ground in that possibility. And they were the ones that were pushing everyone to the west side. They had so much information to work with. And even in this moment as well, look at Harsh. He's only down to his 18 bullets. And eventually he was able to stock out because for a moment, he was able to just drive around the south side, loot up 2 different boxes, and get ammunition, and just completely wipe the floor. And like, Insane was the only team that I felt had no right to be able to dominate this lobby because of the amount of ammunition that's been used, right? Every single bullet has been used to clutch out this game.
And every single player, just barring Yash, has contributed into this game in some form or the other. If it comes down to information, if it comes down to raw gun power, who else than Harsh himself? Finally reunited with his brother Skips, and this was something that was coming. And they have been a deadly duo for quite some time. And now 8 finishes goes on to speak volumes about how good they can be together once Adi comes into play. But even if he does not, I don't think they're going to miss him anymore.
Agreed. Harsh, the solo warrior from the south, and Skips from the solo warrior from the north. Well, in this case, Darkblood was there. He's not really solo, but
commends to Sholty.
Exactly. But in terms of overall damage, look at this. 1,353 damage and also 1,120 damage. That's 2,000 over damage just off these 2 guys coming in from the side of Team Insane. But the longest finish from that match is actually stolen by Darkblood, which is 371 meter.
And he just had 1 finish, if I'm not wrong, and he made himself a sharpshooter in this one. So for Team Insane, this has been such a good day, especially barring that little bit of a fallout in Sanhok. They stepped up big time in the maps that really matter to themselves. And this is where, you know, all these big names, the big dogs, they really thrive in such games. But Team Shockwave, they have been consistent throughout all 3. Mysterious Four, I think they were the Mysterious Punch. They were one of those undergods that really stepped up.
Agree. And in the second half as well, Conqueror of Shooters, they may have clutched out the chicken dinner in second game. This game, they fell out a little bit short. Was also part of those teams that was stranded out in open altitude. Last Hope, Weibo, Erebus Esports, Incredible Esports, Team Supremes, even Team VST. Well, I wouldn't say Team VST was kind of open. Team VST just lost their head-to-head in a drop clash. But all things considered, Team Insane, top of the net worth here with 45 points in the #1 spot, with Shockwave being the only ones with no chicken dinner, but the most consistent team out of all 3 games.
Best of both worlds is what we can describe Shockwave as, and this was much needed. Even for Altitude, I think Gods, he's been such a good player, and one of those key elements and also the reasons why Team Altitude are in the top 3. Of course, did get that chicken in Sanhok, but Conqueror of Shooters, I think this group really had me excited. So many of those lesser known names finally leaving their mark, whilst you've got the big guns like Team VST had such an incredible performance, but seems like that time has really played its place over here, really spoiled things. But quick look at the caster predictions, who gets to be right?
Yeah, in this case, I was hoping VST was doing a little bit better as well. They've got 13 finishes, but 0 placement points, so I'm a little bit unfortunate for there. But all things considered, me, Crips, we lost. You went for Insane. All right, Raider, okay, you, yeah, sure, whatever. Fixes, go.
Yeah, it's fine. You know, this is just another day in the office, so I've literally done with gloating around these caster predictions, because more often than not, I have it right. But other than that, I see it's been such a wonderful day. We've got mixed plays, mixed emotions coming out, because Group 1, it was all about the upper echelon, the top 4 who had been segregated, just 2 spots up for grabs. But this group is so much more entertaining. It feels like we've got so much more to be said in this rather incomplete story with 3 more games to go.
No, I would say in terms of the difference between Group 1 and Group 2, there was a very, very big difference, right? Like Group 1, it was just absolute domination, whereas Group 2, we do see a little bit more tactical play between the teams. That's the reason why the scoreboards has been kind of close between the teams. I would feel like Shockwave definitely was one of the biggest ones. Like, they live up to their names in terms of sense where they send a Shockwave which pushes and affects everyone around it. It's kind of like an earthquake. Like, let's say,
tremors were felt.
Yeah, the tremors were felt, and because of this, everyone was kind of pushed away. And in this case, Insane was insane enough to run through all these Shockwaves and just say, like, you know what? I don't care if you're second place, I want to be number one. And guess what? 3 games in a row, one bad game in Sanhok doesn't justify anything, but when it comes to experience, Insane was able to capitalize on it in Game 2 and Game 3 itself.
Again, experience being the key word by Team Insane, because it takes a lot out of you, especially after having such a bad start. You just have 6 games and then you bounce back, playing from the edges, get a lot of finishes, eventually ending up in a chicken dinner. Team Insane, they were just so good.
Yeah, I agree. And this is something that I'm looking forward to see them tomorrow as well, because all things considered, today's games is pretty much done and dusted here for round number 3 for day number 1. We've seen Group 1 and also seen Group 2. However, their journey will continue tomorrow. Whether or not will they be able to qualify to round 4 or not will be decided tomorrow. And of course, you guys are currently watching the realme BGIS 2025. This was round 3. My name is ICBaby12. He is Fixes, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same place, same time.